Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?
Hello everybody and welcome back, or welcome if this is your first time, to the Grenke Chess Festival 2025. We're in Karlsruhe, Germany, covering what is probably the most exciting event of the year in many aspects, because with us in this fantastic conference center in the heart of the city, we've got nearly 3,000 participants from all over the world, including some of chess royalty, the likes of perhaps the greatest player of all time, Magnus Carlsen is here, Fabiano Caruana, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Arjun, some of the brightest young stars, experienced heads. They're all here today in Karlsruhe. We are already way past the halfway mark now for the tournament. It is round 6 this morning. And as the famous saying goes, in life there are only 3 things that are certain, Peter: death, taxes, and Magnus Carlsen winning a few games of chess. And that seems to be the case here. Magnus Carlsen is currently on 5 out of 5 in the freestyle section. And what makes this tournament special, if this is the first time you're joining us, very quickly, is that we have both Chess 960, Fischer Random Chess, and Classical Chess, 2 tournaments running concurrently. However, the situation in the main event, the Freestyle Open, is as follows. We can see Magnus Carlsen there leading all alone on 5. And we've got 2 players below him who, well, perhaps, Peter, you can explain why they are on this list.
Yes, well, they came over from the Grenke Open.
Correct.
It's 3.5 out of 4. There was a chance to switch the tournament up till the 5th round. So they did that. They are there. And actually, if we're going to see the pairings, we're going to see something very special.
Indeed, yes. So we can see, but behind Magnus, just a whole bunch of, well, very, very good, most of them very young grandmasters who are chasing him. And then we've got a whole huge group of players on 4. The players that are on 4 points are not out of it. It's a 9-round tournament, but they will need to win a few games in a row if they are going to keep the pace. And here are the pairings, Peter. Your thoughts?
Exactly. Liang Gavander playing Magnus Carlsen on the first board. That's kind of a sensation. Who would have thought, like 1 day ago, 24 hours ago, Liang Gavander was still playing in the Grenke Open with classical chess, and suddenly he switched to freestyle, won his game yesterday against Daniel Darda in a very brutal manner. He just crushed him in 50 moves or something, and he's up there playing on the first board against Magnus Carlsen, who leads the tournament with 5 out of 5.
Indeed. So Awanda is pretty much the whole tournament below him is hoping that he's going to at least get something from Magnus Carlsen, even a draw to give the others a chance. Of course, were a wonder to pull off the big upset today and win, the tournament would be blown wide open, quite simply. Below that, Leon Mendonca, he's had a fantastic tournament, Luke. Leon Mendonca playing against Parham, who is also very much in the mix. We've got Saran against Paul Vinicius, another guy who has just come over from the Grenke Open, Paul Vinicius, a young, very talented player. Jobava Bluebaum, two, of course, very decent grandmasters. Vincent Keimer, the darling of this tournament and the darling of Germany. Of course, Peter's disciple, student, prodigy, and great guy, actually. He's really turned out to be a fantastic young man. Playing against Chopra, who has also been playing some really nice chess. And then below that, we've got some huge hitters. We've got Fabi Black against Kartikian, and we've got Nepomniachtchi against David Anton. That should be an interesting game. Svana, Dominguez, and Hans Niemann still knocking around, playing against Movsesian with Erdemos, the talented young Turkish phenom, also in the mix. There is Levon Aronian, you can see, walking behind the stage. There's a little area behind the stage for invited players to just have a sit down, have a coffee, have a drink. And there you can see the vast number of players and spectators in this tournament. It is truly a marvel to see just how much interest there is. This year, 2,996 players, beating all previous records, and many players here are coming not only just to play, but just to spectate, to watch. They get a chance to see their chess idols in action. Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, so many. And there are, to be honest, we talk about the young guys, Peter, a lot. We talk about these new young sensations. For me, the attraction is always seeing the old legends at the tournament. I mean, if you were there, you would be on that list. You're not older legends, yes, let's say, because you probably laugh, people at home saying old. Well, Peter's only in his mid-40s. Well, mid-40s in chess nowadays is like a dinosaur, because you've got kids that are 11, 12, 13 that are grandmasters that are playing, and 15 is already, well, you're getting old a little bit. So
exactly, I turned professional chess player at the age of 10. Yeah, so basically 35 years of heavy battle behind me.
I like to see the old legends. Talking about a new legend, we've got Magnus Carlsen here playing against Awanda Liang. But, I was at breakfast. Alexei Shirov was next to me at breakfast. One of the greatest players of all time. Fire on the board. You've got Gatakamsky playing. Former World Championship candidate. Former prodigy in his own right. I mean, he was the one in the 90s, Gatakamsky. He was going to be the one.
Yes, absolutely. But here was also a very interesting psychological moment. Yeah.
Yes.
When Magnus came to the board, one could see that he was expecting that they will shake hands immediately. And Liang Gavander just very quietly continued filling out his score sheet, ignoring Magnus for a second. And finally, Magnus sat down. He also started writing the score sheet when Liang finished. I love this for the fact that he's not intimidated. He's in his own rhythm. Yeah, he just, I don't know, for a player coming from the US, jet lag in the morning should be tough, no?
Well, should be, but he's been here a few days already, right? So he should have been able to accustomize himself to the change in time zone, get over the jet lag.
And he's young.
And he's young. So that always helps. Paul Vinicius in the background there. He's a chap I don't know much about, I have to be honest. I know he's very strong and talented, kind of slowly grinding up the ranks. Awanda Liang, though, I mean, this kid here, let's call him a kid. He's probably early 20s now. He's probably something like this, he's still a kid to me. But he's been around for a long time. I mean, people have been touting a wonder for years now. And I wonder if he's going to have a breakthrough moment this tournament. This tournament for me, over the years, when I think about who has had breakthrough tournaments or tournaments that have kind of been career defining, it goes without saying. Vincent Keimer,
Exactly.
2018, won the main event, got a ticket to the closed elite event, and has never looked back really since then. His career has just taken off. But there are other players who have had amazing results here, which have been career changing. I mean, one that I remember, and I was literally next to him at breakfast as well, was Daniel Fridman, when Daniel Fridman won. What year was that? Do you remember? I can't remember.
Well, he actually won because last year he played in the event, but there was the Corona, so I think he won the last event prior to Corona.
Prior to Corona, could be, yeah. And you know that for him was massive. He got, you know, these are life-changing moments for some players. And there we can see Fabiano
Chatting with Richie.
Chatting with Richie. I mean, these two are still very much in it. Don't. You know, just because you're on 4 points, yes, you're a whole point behind Magnus, but you're just hoping that one of these players is going to take some points off him. And then if you can continue to win and grind away, you know, with a round or two to go, you could still be in the mix to win it. And let's have a look at what they're playing for, because that's really important. Very quickly, what are they actually playing for? Here you go. 60,000 euros first, 40,000 second, 30,000 third, and so on and so forth. And importantly, it's all of these freestyle Grand Slam points. A lot of these players are part of the freestyle circuit already, but the big prize is that if you are not playing in the freestyle circuit, if you are just a player, for example, a Wanda Liang, let's say, you have a chance of winning that ticket to Vegas. But let's hear which position they're going to choose today with Fiona. All right. Well, we've been given the position. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, the point of this tournament is that it's freestyle chess. So which of the 960 positions is chosen is only decided just 2 minutes before the round starts. And this is the position 380. Peter, this one's a bit wild.
Yes, one more time the king is on d1. However, this is a completely different scenario. Let's not forget white can just castle long immediately if he feels like. So there is clarity. Also with the queen on h1, we know that typically the move g4 is a good move opening up the queen. At this moment also, since in freestyle chess you always have to look out for a weak spot in enemy's camp, and this is the b7 pawn. So if white plays the move g4, actually black has to react to defend that pawn on b7. And, well, it seems like c6 is kind of the only move.
Almost the only move.
Yeah,
right?
it's the only move to protect that pawn. However, it's not a bad move because it opens up the bishop.
Correct.
And I feel that this is kind of a very nice scenario for black, that he knows exactly that after g4, I have the move c6, I can blitz it out. And it's not exactly obvious then how to continue, because this c6 pawn will be very useful against the queen on h1.
Exactly. Indeed, yes, and there's something about being able to castle on the first move. I might just be tempted to play castle's queenside first move, because I also defend. Hold on, it's c6 is not the only move. g4 castle's queenside is a legitimate move as well.
Wow, yes, exactly. Good morning, right?
Yeah, good morning, guys.
Yes,
Yeah.
this is freestyle chess, but still, actually, maybe I even prefer the c6 move more, because it's more flexible.
Yes.
Who knows that do I have to determine my king's position so early? Also after g4, c6, black is actually, one should watch out that black is threatening to play g5, the same way attacking the pawn on b2, and if white plays c6, then black plays h5 first, then suddenly white's construction with g4 is loose because of the pin on the h file. This is also a common theme in these g4, g5 positions, that who gets the h4 move first on the screen.
Absolutely fantastic. And what we also see, guys at home watching, is that the first move, we've been discussing it here, but very frequently we'll see these top players spending a minute, 2, even 3 minutes, sometimes even more on their first move as they work out what they want to do. Because the strategy is, these are positions that none of these players have ever studied. So as Peter has rightly said throughout the broadcast, if you've been watching every day, it's a really big mistake to play your first move immediately. It's just, you cannot possibly have a good feeling, especially for a position like this, which is very wild when it comes to the configuration of the pieces on the back rank. You just cannot know what the best move is in 10 seconds. So you have to invest that time at the beginning. We often see Magnus Carlsen taking 2 or 3 minutes.
Yesterday even for e4, 6.5.
6.5 minutes.
Yes, and he played the move e4, and then once he had the strategy, he speeded up, right? But
correct.
For the very first move, and I also feel that this position, because everybody knows that with already that this queen on h1 construction with the pawn on g2, g4 is very natural. However, exactly here, due to this c6, that I'm kind of normally g4, and I'm terrified that I feel that white gets the upper hand. But g4, c6, it's a flexible move, and as I highlighted, this g5, h5 idea is there, so white already has to think on his next, so he can't really routinely just play something, and this will be wonderful news for black. Parham Maxwell on the second board, my dark horse. Well, yesterday he had a rough start against Dimitri Kollars, but finally he managed to come back and win a very important game. Now we see how important it was. Yeah, he is now on the second board with 4.5 out of 5, very much in the mix.
Indeed. And there you can see on board 3, Sarana against Pulvinicius. Some laughs there between the two young grandmasters. And, Pulvinicius, okay, trivia question. Pulvinicius looks like a young who?
Young who?
He's a chess player. I'm thinking of a chess player.
Of a chess player? You mean Bobby Fischer or what?
No. Somehow.
Okay,
Vladimir Potkin.
Really?
A little bit?
Okay, I'm very good friends with Potkin for a long time, but I haven't come up with this comparison.
Probably I'm just going completely insane. Never mind. Anyway, here's a guy that, well, he doesn't have many doubles, I'll tell you that. Actually, he looks like Adrian Brody. Now that I come to, you know the actor Adrian Brody?
Yes, of course.
He could be Adrian Brody, actually. He could be a stunt double. Bardo Javava, one of the most brilliant minds in chess, playing against the solid and reliable and, Matthias Plubam, European champion.
European champion, yes.
No joke.
1 month ago with a stellar performance.
Absolutely. And there's the crowd. Those seats will...
Yeah, well, actually what
I
I want to highlight, that on the top 6 boards, at least, let me also check some more, on the first 11 boards, we don't have a first move yet. Can you imagine, on the first 11 boards, we don't have a first move yet from white. Just shows on that the players absolutely understanding already the need to think at the beginning. And also, we have seen the very first round, I think it was when g4 was the move that everybody kind of played, and the players understanding, wait a second, this might not be the position where g4 is so easy and so leads to so much happiness, so much joy.
Absolutely. I agree. I think they see g4, c6, and then...
And what is the follow-up?
Well, exactly. What is the follow-up? So it's not clear.
Yeah, one question. Should we maybe open up one of the boards and do some analysis to highlight, for example, white g4?
Yeah.
Because we talked about it.
Sure.
I can simply open up the Lian Gavander Magnus Carlsen board. And we can have a look, So, we establish immediately that there is a weak spot on b7, which is one of the first things that we have to check out at the new starting position. So it's very tempting, and it's a common kind of theme to open up the queen from h1. And then I think that the move c6, that looks so sympathetic for me. And I feel like white has committed a grave error by going g4. Now black is threatening to go g5, do the same business, hitting the b2 pawn, and then follow it up with h5, using the fact that white's queen is in the corner, pinned, and this would be very unpleasant. So be careful. Just because you think that you know something, sometimes knowing something is much worse than knowing nothing. And I think it's very true to freestyle.
Ignorance is bliss, as the saying goes. Yeah, absolutely. If you don't know anything, life's beautiful, right?
Yes. But then, okay, what are the other questions? Then how to treat the position? Is the move that you mentioned that you might actually like? Let's put it on the board.
Yeah.
What happens if white castles? It's a very solid move. Look at this. The rooks are connected. Yeah, it's clear that white will try to advance in the center, and if white gets that, then it's lovely with this safe king. And the question is, how should black play? For example, the move c5, avoiding d4. But then already I think that moves like g4, whatever, makes so much more sense, because you cannot block the diagonal anymore. And if you have to castle as well, we already highlighted, then suddenly this c5 pawn is so loose. It just doesn't make a good impression. Yeah, this is kind of a very tricky situation. It's a very stylish first move. Lawrence, what are you doing here?
I should be in
Just
there.
go there, show everyone. Guys, top 11 boards. Why are you thinking long castle is the move?
Can I be honest with you?
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to help myself. Because there's something about being able to castle on move 1. I wouldn't be able to resist the especially if I realized that it was actually an okay move.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
And we've got word that Nepomniachtchi on board 7 has played this move. I also believe he's an artist, Nepo, and he could not resist castling on the first move.
Yeah, and now the big question for David Anton, should he mirror it? Is that a good idea to mirror?
I think so.
And castle, for example. This is always the question. Yeah, so castles, if it works, it's fantastic. Then it's kind of the lazy approach. You feel like you can win time. You can drive your opponent crazy. Please spend time, mister. There are so many interesting ideas in the position. Try to figure it out. For example, white plays the move d4. I will just keep mirroring d5.
Exactly.
What happens then? And this is a very important question, because we have seen in one of the games between Alireza Firuza and Vincent Keimer in Weissenhaus, when in some of the positions Alireza very quickly opened up the position with the rook on e4, and in fact it turned out that his rook on e4 was vulnerable, and Vincent, with some very little moves like f6, activating his bishop from g8, and then c6, just slowly got the upper hand by stabilizing the position. What I have seen, and probably I can say what we have seen, whoever followed the tournaments, that Magnus Carlsen always believes in the e4 break if he can recapture with the queen on e4. So if we know this team, that actually, if in this position after d takes e4 you could take with the queen, then you are very happy. That brings us to the question that can we then just play a move like g3, for example, and let's keep on mirroring, because this is what we are talking about, g6. Now white strikes first in the center with e4, d takes e4, queen takes e4, and we already see that give white one more move to play f4, and we were talking about real advantage. Now we establish the center of control, and then black's queen will be out of the game completely. Those are the dangers that actually players are faced with when doing the mirroring.
Absolutely. And it will. I do also want to point to another graphic that you can see on the screen, because we do have a database of games played in some chess 960 positions. There are some positions, I think it was round 2 or 3, where we had no games. It was a completely kind of...
Yes, and there was a round when we had like 3 games for a position.
Exactly.
Now we have 118.
Yes.
So this is like a mainline theory.
Well, it's so position 380 has been played a lot, and of course that's by pure chance. This is an online database, so let's also be clear that the players playing, the players included in this data set are of all levels. We have absolutely no idea what level they are. However, we can also see that on move 1, the move castles queenside has actually been played, what's that?
Yeah, how many times?
28, 21, that's 49, 59, 64 times. So of the 118 games, oh, I beg your pardon, sorry, there were 3,095 games.
Wow, really?
3,095 games.
Yeah, for some reason it was 118 before.
No, sorry, I think the move knight b3.
Knight b3.
Can we go to the very beginning position? Let's try that. If Leonard can just put the move from the knight from b1 back to a1.
Yes.
I'm trying to get the database stats. Okay, so we can't do it. Okay. It's connected to the first move. Point is this, position 380 has got a lot of games.
Wow.
And knight b3 is one of the most popular moves here.
Wow, you know, actually after knight b3 we have to highlight that if white to move, white wins on the spot. No, because there is castle. I wanted to highlight that there is sometimes this thematic in freestyle that you are threatening to simply target that pawn on b6.
I've got another beautiful way, by the way. I know you're half sleepy. Pawn to g6. Knight c5, queen takes b2, defends b7.
Wow. Okay, let's show this. And black wins. What is the conclusion? Never play for tricks.
Never play for tricks.
Yeah, never underestimate your opponent. That's it. So it's kind of funny, and knight b3 on the board. Magnus is taking his time. It surprises me somewhat, the move knight b3. However, it's kind of a very typical move of simply developing the knight from the corner. Knight b3, knight g3 often are played in the first move.
And so let's say black does play g5, for example, targeting that pawn.
But wait a second, we talked about that we did not like g4 so much, so then white has this extra tempo. I will play the same c3.
Yes.
And be
now
careful.
h4.
Now I will hit you with g4, h4 when it hurts. For example, let's just illustrate. Okay, black plays a move. What should black, for example, knight b6, just for illustrational purposes. Then white can have this idea of going g4, c6, h4, and immediately black loses the structure on the king side. Now it's queen side, the right side of the board, because of the pin. So this is certainly not something that black wants. I think after knight b3 it would be very natural, for example, for black just to castle, because what are the odds? One of the reasons why castling often is not recommended, that the position might have so many possibilities that somewhere castling opposite side might become a reality. Now, honestly, with the queen stuck on h1, and we know that white wants to occupy the center, white wants to fight for the center, then the castling on the queen side, on the left side of the board is so much more natural, right? Then we can immediately support the two rooks, stay in the center. If we castle to the short side, to the king side, then the rook moves to f1. That's kind of a heartbreak when we are fighting for the center. All right, so Magnus is taking his time.
Yes.
Absolutely correct. By the way, Evander Liang spent almost 8 minutes on his first move, the right spirit.
Correct.
I really love this. All right, so let's move on. Do we have somewhere more action? Wow, Leon-Luc Mendonca played the super solid c3, anticipating any kind of g5s, whatever. Okay, it's a rock solid move. Alexei Salana, knight bc, knight b6, blitzed out by Pultinavicius after 3.5 minutes. And we have bird's eye view. That's lovely.
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
That's what we want to see. You can already see that Hans Niemann has not played a move yet. Now, he is in the building. I'm pretty sure I saw him. So Hans Niemann is the guy who's spent the longest.
Well, wait a second. He's listening to our broadcast. We were criticizing Hans.
Wait a second here. What is this? The clock isn't on. What is going on here?
Why do you think that it's not on? It is on. Why it's not on?
It is on. Oh no, it's just the camera is frozen.
Yes, no, he's taking his time. Probably Kramnik also told him after yesterday's total disaster in the beginning. Yeah, he just rushed and got a very bad position. And yeah, he's a great fighter. We have seen yesterday also holding that miserable position was already great, but he shouldn't be getting into that position. That's the first point, and as a coach, this is the first thing that you have to highlight.
Yeah, he got very, very lucky. And look at this. It is
also it's early morning hour.
It is an early morning hour, but we're looking at now. How long are we into the round? We are. What are we? When did they start exactly? Did they start just after 10?
Well, it was, I think, like a 10-15 minutes. Well, we can simply add from the other players, yes? So basically, so far 15 minutes pass. He's thinking for 15 minutes on the first move. Well, he's trying to break Vincent's record. Vincent against Fabiano in the final, in the second game, spent 21 minutes with black on the first move, and he came up with a genius concept that I simply still cannot understand how he came up with. And then Vincent told me, well, by elimination, everything else I disliked even more. And he came up with some fantastic pawn sacrifice.
Wow.
And there we go. First move, d4 on the board. Well, the computer hates it, we see, but these are always very big questions. Why is the computer hating it? For example, we have seen after d4, if black plays d5, white castles long, black castles long, then already computer was very happy with that position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is also one of the beautiful things in chess that we are not using engine, the players are not using engine, they have no idea, absolutely no idea, which move is 0-20, which move is minus 0 something, or what is whatever. And Sergei Movsesyan on camera, another legend. I remember that I played the very first game with Sergei in '94 in Szeged in the under-16 World Youth Championship. It was the last round. It was a very essential game because if I win, I become world champion. And I got absolutely nothing out of the opening, absolutely nothing with the white pieces. However, then thanks to one mistake by Sergei, I managed to squeeze out the win. And that's how I won the under-16 world championship. And then Sergei taking revenge on me, knocking me out from the Las Vegas world championship 1999 in the tiebreak. So we have our history. We are also very good friends, of course. But this is what happens to your colleagues normally. With very good friends, you have the most bloodiest affairs.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
All right. So we have seen Hans deciding on d4 after 16 minutes.
16 minutes. There you go.
Wow, probably it's the record of the tournament so far.
It reminds me
Here.
just one that very famous. I'm going to look very silly now. Was it Michal Tal, who spent like was it Tal who spent an hour on his first move in one of his matches? And when he was asked afterwards, why did you spend an hour on your first move? And he said, I was just thinking about what to play in game 2. I can't remember.
Well, I don't remember, but we are getting the
Bronstein.
help.
It was Bronstein.
Exactly.
I beg your pardon. It was Bronstein. Yes.
Exactly. Since I didn't know it, I felt like I will let you read the name. Yeah. Thanks to our producers, we are getting every information.
It was Bronstein. Yeah.
Wow.
Classic.
Amazing.
I was thinking about what to do in
back then,
games.
the players had 2.5 hours for the move, for the first 40 move. That was the old kind of way, because back then, it was classical chess was almost like freestyle chess.
Yeah.
The players had
Very
the
little.
theory was already kind of developing, but it was still kind of compared to today. in a completely different level. So d4 on the board. Let's just quickly go through what did, for example, Vincent do. Vincent also played knight b3. Black has already castled. And Vincent also takes it very slowly. He already spends 15 minutes as well. It's a very interesting position, yeah, because Vincent, having already all this experience from the Grand Slam tournaments, knows exactly that g4 is the desired move, but he also understands that, yes, let's not fall for the trap. We know that this is natural and it's good, but not here. Okay, so knight b3. What happened in Kartikeyan, Fabiano Caruana? It's 1e4. Very nice to see that we have different kind of first moves. We have already seen Jan Nepomniachtchi going for long castle and David Anton taking a lot of time.
He made a move.
He made a move, but what is the move?
I think he played.
We have to update he played e5. Yes.
Yeah.
So just it did not appear on our board yet.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that computer was actually saying long castle e5. First line. It was the first line of computer. So very interesting. David Anton spending a little bit over 10 minutes and was able to find the first move. The big question is, will he also find the follow-up and the justification why this is the best move? But if already we see that computer says that against long castles, e5 is the best, that means that first move e4 is not a bad move. Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the message that I'm getting. We have Fabi on our camera. He fought his way back after that horrible loss in round 3. And what else do we have? Badur Jobava. Let's take a look. What did Badur? Badur also played, we don't know yet which first move. He played d4, g6, and the move long castle. Queen side castle, left side castle, whatever we want to call it. In any case, yes, the king is well positioned on c1.
That's actually a good point. I think in freestyle chess, because we would call it queenside castle. If the queen is not on that side of the board, it shouldn't be called queenside castling, right?
Well, of course, for anyone who comes to freestyle without playing the classical chess, then of course it's very confusing. I think for everyone, however, who is inside chess, and then a long castle to the queen side, to the left side of the board, you call it white castle on the king side, he will just be totally confused. What is this? But it was like the short castle now, yeah? That king from d1 moved to c1, the queen, king and the rooks, and the rook just switched the place. Very interesting. Also, since it already happened, I never like to speculate before, f5 also first line by Matthias Brubaum, that after the move d4, and also this is the move that Hans Niemann played, the computer says that the move e5 is a very interesting move. Well, it's a super difficult move because after d takes e5, we talked about it, it is not ideal for black to capture with the rook, which would be the logical human follow-up. And look at this, already computer thinks that white is clearly better after many moves. Clearly the simplest and most natural would be to castle, and the rook is exposed. However, the computer is a genius in freestyle chess. After e5, d takes e5, says that, you know what, you can just ignore this pawn. You can even play a move like c6, try to capture it back with the bishop. Well, for a human brain, it just kind of unheard of, because what is this? White might be able to protect it with f4, but then black probably breaks with f6, using the fact that the bishop opens up immediately. Yeah? You can play all kinds of gambits, and in fact, it's not even a gambit, because you are taking back the pawn immediately. I'm very interested that will, for example, a very tricky player like Sergei Movsesyan actually maybe find this idea.
Yeah.
That would be super impressive. If someone finds this, because these pawn sacrifices in the first moves are something that computer often does, but it does not come naturally. You remember yesterday there was this d5 move in the Levon Aronyan against Erdogmus game. The computer moves 3 in this e4, e5, bishop c4 structure, knight g6, f3, said that d5 is a brutally strong move. But what Matthias Brubaum is doing is actually very sensible. It's kind of fine. opening up the queen, opening up the bishop, also fighting for the center with f5. It's a strategical battle, and these are two great strategists.
Absolutely. We can see a head-to-head, in fact, of these two players. Bador Jabava from Georgia, Mateus, of course, from Germany. They have played 4 times in classical chess, 2 draws and 2 wins for Mateus. So Bador definitely struggling against Mateus. Bador never played with the white pieces, by the way, against Mateus. So he's only ever had black, except today when he's got white, but it's in freestyle chess. So he'll feel a little hard done by. We can see the ratings there. Bador now at 2,600. We commented, I think, yesterday that Bador got all the way down to sort of 2,560, which is just ludicrous, because Bador only a few years ago, I remember visiting Vachier-Lagrave and spending some time with Bador when I was commentating over in Vaik, and Bador was 27-10 or 27-15. I think he even won the tournament and maybe played the elite group where he came very close. He was at a real sort of high point, and people were saying, well, we've always known that Bador has talent, but does he have the temperament? Does he have the other things you need in order to make a run for the absolute elite spots? And unfortunately, Bador, well, he's a sort of guy you want to spend time with. But there's the downside to that. When you're sociable and you're doing other things and got other interests, it can distract you away from chess. And unfortunately over the past few years, his form has severely declined. But despite all of that, we can see this tournament here. He's on 4.5 out of 5. And when he is locked in, when he is focused and when he isn't distracted and is avoiding any bad habits, he is a force to be reckoned with. And there's no reason why today he won't win. I mean, he has got every chance to beat Bluebaum today, and he will know that. He will say, well, it's white against Bluebaum, let's give it a big try. Because if he wins, we're talking about, well, he's really in the mix suddenly. So let's see about Bador and how he does. But anyway, back to Magnus. Have we got any moves? Or
yes, we got moves. Magnus was also taking his time and came up with the move, because now we are cheating a little bit with the engine, just so that we can explain more the ideas that the computer highlights. But we always first try to wait for the game to progress, and then we comment on them. We don't want to criticize. I just want to highlight that actually the move c6 was the first line suggestion by the computer. It once again just shows Magnus's feeling and already also experience in freestyle chess that he sensed. And that was always the feeling, like the c6 opening up the bishop makes so much sense, and also staying flexible. I wonder, so like, wait a second, if you do c6, I'm gonna do c3. A very solid move, opening up the bishop. Also still not yet committing white's king's position. And then Magnus opens up his queen with g6. So small little moves with the pawn to c6, pawn to g6, but it has a purpose. The bishop is alive and the queen is also alive already.
And I like g6 here because it also blunts the bishop from b1. So not that it was potentially attacking anything, but it just restricts the range of that bishop ever so slightly. And now it's on a wonder. And of course, there are lots of moves in this position. G3 would make a lot of sense just due to the structure. Would make heaps of sense. Castle's queenside again makes, I think, a lot of sense here to get the rooks in the center. In fact,
look. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Look at the opening database. We still have 115 games with this position, so it also means that it's quite logical what they are doing.
Yeah. The move bishop c2, which has been played in 26 games, is absolutely... this move I don't get whatsoever. That's above my pay grade. I don't get bishop c2. E4.
E4, first line of engine.
There you go.
First line of engine. I wonder... Actually, also yesterday he played with a lot of confidence in his very first freestyle. Well, this is a very tricky situation that it is the first freestyle game that he played here in Karlsruhe. But getting the feeling, the way how he plays and he approaches the game, I'm pretty sure that at home he must have played quite a lot of games. He's just treating the positions way too good, like
Very
someone
possibly.
who is really experienced with it.
Very possibly.
I'm really impressed by his way of also not rushing, yeah, just taking his time and playing very nice. Because in freestyle chess, if you establish a clear-cut play and you get a nice position, then everything comes so naturally, because it also often means that your opponent has a bad position, and then just keep on improving the position is so much easier.
Absolutely, yeah. I like it. You got to be a bit careful here as black, because, for example, if you play a few nonchalant moves.
Yeah, for example, okay, let's play e5. It would be logical, no? Because, okay, white is already struggling to play
let's
d4.
try e5.
Let's play e5.
Now I would castle queenside a tempo, basically. That's what I would do here as white. I would castle long.
Yeah, let's play like this.
And now let's say, once again, you play...
Okay, I will castle as well, because, okay, now you are threatening to target my king. I don't like this, so I will castle.
Yeah, and now I go d4 anyway. I just go d4, and I just claim that I'm the first to have landed in the center.
To break. Okay,
yeah.
I have to take, because maybe you are even threatening d5, so I have to take. And how will you recapture? That's a big question.
That's a good point, actually. Taking with the pawn is a bit loose, right?
Yes, I'm expecting you to take with the knight.
Take with the knight,
yes.
yeah.
Center control and everything. And now the question that, can I somehow break? The first move that in such positions one has to look at is the move d5.
Yeah.
Clearly what happens, but I feel like after d5, ed5, I'm in a lot of trouble, because I can't take cd5, then it's a horrible structure, and if I have to take on e1, then I'm very loose. So in this case, I can eliminate the move d5, so it's already not an option. And then knight b6 or knight e6, any of these knight moves. For example, knight b6 supports then d5 next. Knight e6 challenges the knight on d4, so there are ideas for both, arguments for both moves. What would be your priority, knight e6 or knight b6? Which one you prefer?
Well, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't have a clear opinion about it. But you know, I'm just very curious about how big it is for white to get the center in this particular setup. Maybe it's not that much.
Well, but if you get GCF4 in as well, then all of a sudden all the pieces are beautifully placed. Yeah, so I feel like I have to kind of challenge your construction. So, for example, in this regard, knight b6, g3, d5 would be a very logical, thematic kind of reaction, resembling somewhat the Etienne Bacro Magnus Carlsen game, but there the queens were on a1 and on a8, and how tricky that was, we have witnessed in that game.
Unbelievable.
Just one mistake, Magnus was able to activate the queen first, and then the tactics was in his favor. Yes, it was some magic tactic, but still it worked for him. And okay, it's a solid position for both sides, but what I really like from the way how Avander plays the game, that he establishes control. And I think establishing control against Magnus is so essential in order to make sure that you get a normal position, it's a harmonious position. Magnus can't so-called punish you for some inaccuracy, because yeah, believe me, and we have seen it, just one inaccuracy in the beginning and Magnus gets the control and squeezes, never lets you go.
Reminds me of a song, Never Gonna Let You Go. But those were the good old days. Nowadays we just look at chess and enjoy ourselves. Very good. Yeah, there's so much going on here. You know, all of these questions these guys are asking themselves, we're just vocalizing it. And you know, I think Magnus he's going to be tested today. This is not going to be, you know, with all due respect to Michalewski, for you know, Victor just went mad one move and gave away what was actually a very interesting position. He had chances to make a fight of it. I feel like today a wonder is going to give him a real hard game. This is not going to be just some sort of crush by Magnus Carlsen.
Absolutely not.
You know?
Absolutely not, yes.
It's going to be a...
And Magnus is not happy.
No,
not happy at all, because he's a little bit in a situation where Of course, we know that he is very ambitious. He wants to win every single game, but here he needs to show caution and first limit the damage in a sense that the game. It's not given that he can equalize the game. And also, White's play is very natural at the end, because that was much worse situation, and suddenly in a couple of moves Magnus was winning, but it was also connected to Etienne Bacrot's bad time management. He rushed with a move in a situation when he was half a clock up on the clock. Have to out any move in 30 seconds in freestyle. All right, so we have seen it. Yeah, let's take a look at the bird's eye view and let's try to compare. For example, Saranagans Pultinavicius is very similar kind of move. Instead of g6, knight b6, e5, perfect symmetry. All right. Wow, Jobava Bluebaum.
That's getting...
g4 happened. Typical c6 played. Matthias, a very solid player, says, I'm not interested in the banker gambit. Have take g4, h3. No. Badur, I'm gonna stick to my style with c6, being very solid, not getting into any provocation. Then in Keimer's Ariane Chopra game, we see a very funny kind of situation. If you just look at the position, at first glance, it might look like White cheated. White played e4, knight b6, 3-3, and Black has only committed one move, e5. But yes, there is a catch. Black has already castled, and Black is to move. So everything is correct. It's just the impression, no? You look at it in the wait a second. What happened?
Neiman Movsesian is also a completely parallel position. Symmetrical. Sergei saying, okay, Hans, what you got? What are you going to do that's going to make things different? Probably going e4 at the...
Yeah, but it once again just confirms what we talked about. Yeah, that is d4, e5, d takes e5, c6 sequence that computer highlighted. It does not cross your mind. Because simply you have so many things to take care of. You think about this, you think about this. You just tell me that e5d, rook e5 is not good, so I'm not going to play it.
Exactly.
But computers are not biased like this. Yeah, computers are calculating every single position from new, and that's why they are so strong. What else do we have? Kartikeyan Caruana, e4, e5, knight b3. So still very early action. Mendonca Maxtodlu, e4, c3, f3. There was an interview, I don't know if you have read it, by Mendonca, and he was saying that he really hopes that freestyle will be the future of chess, because he loves this game so much. He especially came for this freestyle tournament now to Europe to play this event, and we have seen what he is capable of. Yeah, he has beaten Jan Nepomniachtchi and he has beaten Richard Rapport. Sensational performance by the young Indian player.
Yeah.
Very tricky position. Understandable that, especially at 10 o'clock in the morning, and let's not forget to add that already we had 2 days of double rounds.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a grueling format.
Absolutely brutal.
This is 2 classical freestyle chess games in 2 days, and then the whole tournament is like 4 days consecutive double rounds is the ultimate challenge.
It is very, very tough. Also for the commentary team and for the production team. Not so straightforward. Look at this, Fabi. B6 against Kartikeyan.
Wow,
I mean,
B6, what a move. He's setting up c5. He wants to go c5,
yeah,
cut that knight off, and stop d4. So now the big question is what happens after d4? e4, knight d4, how Fabi wants to justify his move. Actually, we might have to, we should go there, because this is something that is kind of unexpected.
Yes.
And it spices things up. So let me get that game. Fabiano, Kartikeyan, Fabiano, the move b6. Intuitively, I hate it. You know, if it's black to move and black plays c5, I say yes, wonderful. It's a great strategical idea. But like this, I feel that it's a nervous move. Like, did Fabi really believe that he can't play the move long castle and was afraid of any kind of knight jumps? I don't believe, but I'm puzzled. Let's put it this way, because now clearly white will play d4. That's absolutely obvious. Black has to kind of take. You can't let white grab the center like this. And then knight d4. And where is the justification? Let me just make two moves. If black plays the move g6, we are able to castle. Then actually knight c6 checkmate is on the agenda. For example, knight e6. Let's just put this knight c6 checkmate. Reminds me of the Caro-Kann queen e2, knight d6 business. Yeah,
that's cute.
So, what is Fabi? And Fabi spent awful lot of time. 24 minutes to play, to make this decision with b6. Now d4 will be played, that's for sure. Takes, and I'm pretty sure that Fabi wants to continue with c5. And then the big question, where can white hide this knight? Because this is what Fabi is relying on, that because of the e4, first of all, white doesn't want to go back to b3. Going to b5 makes no sense because the bishop protects the pawn. And going to f5 runs into g6 tempo. And then where do you hide this? If white falls back with the knight to f3, then this knight is awkward. And I think this is the reason why Fabi might have felt that this is a very interesting idea, because look at then the queen on h1. The queen on h1 with the knight on f3 and bishop on, pawn on g2, and the bishop on g1 boxed in as well, doesn't make a good impression. This is what Fabi is counting on. However, because we have the engine on at this moment, in the early stages, then we will be turning it off immediately. There is the insane move, retreating the knight to e2, which strategically is so beneficial. We know that this knight is aiming to, for example, somewhere towards the d5 square, yeah? But for the moment, the main idea is that black is unable to capture on e4. Well, I was expecting that this guy will turn out to be something special, but computer just says, you know, you can play slowly, you can improve the knight, you castle, you play g3, you play c3, and look at the hole on d5. This is a horrible kind of construction.
But no, I've got to show you this. This is
Show
unbelievable.
Me. Yes, show me.
Okay, forget knight e3.
Yes.
The main move you look at here as white is to go g3,
yes,
right?
Absolutely.
And it looks as though you win the knight in the corner, but the idea is for black to go rook e6.
Wow.
And when you take the knight on a8, you give a check on d6.
Or on f4.
No, it's not check. That's the point. You have to...
Yes, sorry, that's my rook d6.
Yes.
I already saw like white castle, yes.
And now you
knight
sacrifice the rook and the queen is in a discovered check. You have to lure the king to dark square for this to work. But this is, by the way, this is not like, this is a very advanced tactic that is very missable. I mean, to be honest with you, I would actually say that after knight e2, that a lot of grandmasters wouldn't even go as far as knight e2. Maybe they would look at it, but they would see rook e4, g3. Sorry, I beg.
No, it's confusing.
I'm going to start. I'm going to start
tricky.
that again. It's very easy to miss this as white. So knight e2 is a very playable move because you want to put the knight on c3 or on on c3 in the d5 square. So knight e2 is very playable, and a grandmaster as white might also see rook takes e4, g3, and kind of pause there and say, well, actually it looks very dangerous. Like, yeah, you have maybe d5 is a move as well, but then castle's queenside, and a grandmaster might be a bit, what's the word? I don't want to say lazy, but not go too deep in this position.
You just ignore it.
You just ignore it.
That's it. I don't like it.
But actually, after rook e6, you kind of have a cold shower, and then you see the idea.
Yeah, but actually after rook e6, I can also still just
go
castle.
Yeah.
And probably white is very happy. Actually, that's the point, that this is a sacrifice which is not connected of winning the knight.
Amazing.
It has a much deeper kind of meaning that the knight comes to e3, you play c3, there is this. In fact, we also got fooled automatically after knight e2, because naturally in classical chess, when you move back the knight, you want to activate that knight to reach d5, but there is the knight from f1, then can reach to d5, and that knight should be developed. In any case, this is a psychological battle, because The d4 move is very natural. It's clearly on Kartikeyan's mind, and he also knows that this is what Fabi expects. Yeah. So the big question is after ed knight d4, c5 from a distance. How is it to spot at all that you can retreat the knight to e2? Fabi has missed it, which already shows that it is insanely difficult.
Yeah.
That you might not even consider it as a candidate move. And this is why we are always telling that, yes, forget about engine. Not even for 5 seconds the players should have the chance to open, because everything becomes already almost crystal clear. They are such great players that you just give them a little bit of a hint that, yes, this is the direction, they will find it automatically. But the real problem is that there are so many things to take care of, and you are never sure if the direction that you are looking is the right way, and then how deeply you are going. Fabi is very happy, he's walking around. Kartikeyan definitely has been watching our broadcast from the Grand Slam tours, and he knows exactly that Fabi is a very big expert in freestyle chess with all these St. Louis Chess 960 tournaments, yeah, organized by Rex Singfield, so he might believe him. That's another thing, like it's very easy to believe him that, oh wow, yes, Fabi, brilliant, he came up with this b6, I didn't see it coming, but it's such a great idea.
Amazing.
A lot of mind games, but we continue, and I'm also switching off this engine because it helps us, but at the same time, I just don't like this that the computer plays like absolutely perfect, and then suddenly we can highlight that the players putting this tremendous effort. They are thinking, trying to find all these crazy ideas, questions, answers, challenges, and then we suddenly click one and we are more clever than they. This doesn't give me a good feeling. So we switched it off. b6, d4 on, no, knight e3 on the board. Okay. So actually, yeah, Kartikeyan kind of believed, but the good news is that knight e3 was second line engine. It's a very good, solid move. But after this, the game will take a completely different turn. I'm expecting Fabi to play c5, and then it will be a strategical battle on the light squares, f6, then the knight from a8 will jump to c7. Now, humanly, it's much more understandable. Yeah, there are no real these shocking computer moves available anymore. It's more about understanding how I want to place my pieces.
All right. Let's
move on to Magnus. Let's get an update, I think, because that was also a very fascinating start of the game. How did that game progress? I don't think that we have missed too much. So this is the game, g6, e4, e5. Yeah, absolutely logical. Long castle. Both sides are playing very professionally.
We had this exact position, d4, e4, knight d4.
Exactly. And debating that, do we go knight b6 or knight e6? That was kind of
I think we could get this. I think this is a serious possibility.
Very easily. And the reason why also we should mention this, also in classical chess, I don't know, Lawrence, if you have learned this rule as well, but as a child in Hungary, it was like common sense to explain that always first develop your slow moving piece, the knight. Yeah, so the knight should be given priority over the bishop. Yeah, they are both minor pieces, so it might sound like, why don't you develop the bishop first? But it makes so much more sense to develop the knight. And also here we are seeing this. The knight from a1 had to be activated because the bishops, just by playing some f3 or c3, they are already in the game, but the knights are far.
Yeah, knights before bishops. Very, very standard rule for beginner players, junior players. We always teach them knight for bishops, and the
also in the UK, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
And the explanation there was wonderful as well. So
yeah, so this is our analysis board. Liang Avander has not yet made this move. He's thinking. Normally, I'm always encouraging everyone to think, but on the other hand, we also know that when the time trouble comes, when the clock ticks down, then of course Magnus is so brutally strong, so not falling really behind on the clock against Magnus, I think it's essential. Even maybe sometimes if you are more or less equal, doesn't do justice to you because he will be faster. He
Yes,
will be better
yes.
in time scramble. Yeah, he
Yes.
will always, and we talked about this yesterday already, that whenever you think about Magnus Carlsen, in my mind, what sets him completely apart of anyone else, that he can adapt to any situation. If you tell him, okay, with freestyle we play 30 seconds game, he will do fine. If you give him 5 minutes, d4 on the board, he will do fine. You give him 10 minutes, 45 minutes, 90 minutes, 2 hours, doesn't matter. He will always adapt and he will show his best. While for many other players, there will always be a preference that thanks to his style, he's better in slow play, he's better in fast play, he can put pressure on someone else on the clock and so on, but Magnus has the total package. That's how I feel about him.
Yeah, totally agree. The most universal of universal world champions we've ever had. Good at it all. Fast, slow, variants, whatever it may be.
He loves and enjoys all of this.
Yeah, he does. He really does.
And he adopts.
I'm going to make a suggestion, Peter. We've been live for about an hour and 10 minutes, and the games are starting to heat up out of the opening, but it is the beginning of a very, very long day. So we've got 2 games today. We've got this round, we've got the next round, and certainly I do, I feel like I need to be a bit caffeinated moving forward in this portion of this game. So I'm going to go and find a coffee. Peter doesn't drink coffee. Fun fact, Peter has never tried coffee. How about that, ladies and gentlemen? If you didn't know that, now you do. Each to their own. I mean, there are some people who've never had a glass of wine or whatever it may be. So I, though, have had them all, and I'm going to go and get some more now. And maybe some of the team behind us as well. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun round, a fun day. No big moments just yet. We're just in that opening phase, people feeling each other out. But when we come back from the break, we will start to see some real action take place on these boards. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of what is round 6 of this wonderful Grenke Chess Festival. Go and get yourself a nice cup of tea. We'll see you soon.
Magnus, congratulations, a perfect start for you on 4 out of 4. You just beat Etienne Braqueur. How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I felt like the game today was quite a bit different from the other ones. It felt that in the first few games we've gotten like sort of very good starting positions in the sense that the pieces are on good squares, makes it sort of easier to develop them. In this case, the king was in the center, queen is in the corner, is not so easy to develop. So it's one of those where when you get the black pieces, it's kind of high alert from the very get-go. I didn't love the position that I got eventually, but I think he missed something tactically, and then my pieces sort of got out, and the tactics were working for me. And I think he sort of employed a little bit of the same strategy as yesterday, play quickly, play confidently. And yeah, yesterday he also got a losing position, but one that was super, super complicated. But yeah, today didn't get away with it in the same way, but I certainly had to use all my strength to calculate my way out of that mess.
Speaking of yesterday, you had a bit of a tricky game against your friend and former second Niels Grandelius. Did it feel like that was an escape to get away with the full point?
Yeah, I mean, generally, I'm not in shape like right now, like after playing Paris as well and being a little bit sick there, like I don't have the strength to play 2 good games in a day. So I felt that I played really well in the first game yesterday, and the second I just like had a headache for most of the game. And also, I mean, Nils's play, don't get me wrong, it was giving me headaches too. But yeah, I somehow got away with that one. And yeah, I mean, today with some sleep, obviously it helps.
In Paris, we did an interview on the last day, and you said you couldn't remember the last time you played 2 games in a day. What's the experience been like so far?
It's tough. Especially when freestyle is more fun, but it's also harder. So yeah, it's not easy. I actually asked yesterday if it's possible to take half-point bias in this tournament, but I guess it's not.
It's not even for you. So everyone has to play all the games. And finally, just what's the experience like to play here in this huge playing hall together with 3,000 other players and to see so many fans?
It's fun to see a lot of people, but it obviously also means that it's harder for me to get around, but that's how it is.
Magnus, congrats on a perfect start. Thank you so much and best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is round 6 of the Grenke Chess Festival, and we've just heard there from Magnus Carlsen with some really interesting thoughts. And I really like Fiona as well doing these interviews. I think she does a really, really great job, and there'll be plenty more as we go throughout the rest of the tournament. So make sure you do stay tuned, even in the breaks. And talking of the great Magnus Carlsen, we've just literally seen him play a move, but we've had a bit of a... Well, Peter and I were remarking in the break, we've been slightly surprised by how the past couple of moves have turned out. Peter, take it away.
Yeah, exactly, because we talked about this, that after the move d4, e takes d4, we were expecting the solid move knight takes d4, and I always feel that against Magnus you have to play a solid move, because c takes d4, it feels like it's too ambitious and it's too loose, because this construction with knight on b3 and king on c1 and bishop b1, maybe if the white bishop would be on c2 and king on b1, it would be a wonderful idea, yeah, getting the center, but just it feels that it shouldn't be harmonious enough, and Magnus opted for the move f5, challenging the center. Now the big question is that, wow, wait a second, this is a kind of a pawn sacrifice. f5, could it be that Avander actually missed this move because it's a sacrifice?
I'm not sure, because actually after ef5 you can take on e1, take on e1, and then take on b3.
Yes.
Yeah.
So this is and then black activates the queen. One of the problems that we always talked about. Suddenly black's queen is in the game, white's king in a lot of danger. So the first move that comes to mind after f5 is actually the move e5. I'm expecting that Avander actually was basing his idea on going e5. For some reason the computer hates it for white, but just give white one more move f4 and it will make perfect sense. The reason why white would be happy, the black bishop on b8 is shut out, the queen on h8 is shut out, but apparently Magnus has found something with which the computer agrees, because look at the evil bar dropped completely. We already don't have engine on, we don't know exactly why, but we should try to figure it out by ourselves. So what to do after e5? One motive I would like to highlight in general, because this is very typical now, not important for this game, but just that if d6, f4 and g3 would be played, then there is bishop d5 trapping the white queen. This is a very common theme. You have to watch out for this. I had to mention e5 already played, of course. Avander goes for the critical move e5, and we are still kind of puzzled, or at least I can talk in my name.
I know it.
You know it already? Yeah. Okay. Reveal it, please.
It's really high level.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I don't know. I've got an idea, though, but you're going to hate me. You ready? You're going to hate me.
Okay.
Pawn to f4.
Pawn to f4 to avoid the possibility of white going f4, and then you want to break with d6.
I want to break with d6, and I also want to basically dominate the knight on f1.
And all the pieces
and
on
all
the
pieces,
side.
and then I want to follow up with bishop d5, and I want to put the knight on e6, the pawn on g5.
Well, let me put it. One idea that I also, just sorry that I interrupt, and we want to go to this. I spotted this idea, but after knight, just to illustrate, here white probably has the move bishop e3, but if white plays g3, then there is knight takes f4.
Yes.
Gf4, bishop d5. This is how we can illustrate this incredible idea of tapping the queen. Always watch out for this queen. That's also something, and actually the computer kind of liked it, because bishop e3 is a horrible square. This square belongs to white's knight. Then who knows, maybe black will just go knight b6, knight d5, putting pressure on the bishop and the pawn. So already one very interesting idea, and you are suggesting also the move f4, which is also liked by the engine. Isolating this pawn advanced too far, right? Reached way too far, and this feels very much like what Magnus was doing, Vincent was doing against Ali Reza, luring white forward. All the pieces were on the back rank of Vincent back then, and then already computer was giving a clear advantage, almost winning advantage for black, because he will undermine the structure. And look at Magnus's body language, he's very happy. Suddenly, from a seemingly slightly passive position, it turns out to be a wonderful morning.
What do you think of f4? It's cute, no?
It's very cute. It's very stylish. It's very stylish.
I'm really happy with that one. By the way, we're not using the engine, just to be clear. We're not using the engine. So
we used it in the first 10 minutes, just to orientate and to try to make more sense, because we are jumping from one game to another. There's also often the question I'm hearing that, why we are not looking at more games? Well, the point is that we are also trying to explain what happens in positions. And in freestyle chess, if we are just jumping from one position to another without even understanding or without being able to explain to our audience, to our dear audience, that what is really happening, then actually I don't know what we are doing. So we are trying to take it slow, trying to treasure in the moment. And I also feel that whenever we miss out on one or two moves, we are losing the logical course of the game. We don't know why things happened. So follow a game like, for example, from Magnus, from the beginning till the end, I think makes perfect sense, so that at the end of the day, we have the logic behind that game, what happened in Magnus's game. And otherwise, of course, we are trying to cover as much as possible.
That's it.
So e5 on the board, and it's up to Magnus to decide. Now, the big problem, or not very comfortable problem, let's phrase it like this, that Magnus feels that, wait a second, I have this d6, f4, knight e6 direction, which looks very interesting with a lot of dynamic possibilities, and I have Lawrence's f4 idea as well, which is also very natural and not only natural but also so beautiful.
It is.
No, it's not a normal natural move.
It's
a
actually
special one.
It's actually a very important moment here after f4, because if you play something that's a bit nonchalant here, again, it's difficult to play a non-move.
Okay, I will play h4 just
This
to
is
try
quite a
to
logical move,
exactly
though, right?
try to get out. Queen h3, bishop h2. That's all what I can do.
Well, now I'm going to go bishop d5.
Bishop d5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So I will follow the strategy. Queen h3
and
activate.
I'm going to put the knight on e6.
Knight e6. Okay, so at least now I have taken care of my queen. Now maybe I can try to take care of my knight. Knight f2 d2.
Yep.
And I'm heading to e4.
Now the question is, do I have time for? Well, I don't want to touch the d pawn now because I'm pinned. It feels weird. I want to get my queen involved. I wanted to play a move like. You want to actually? I see what you want to do. You want to jump in and
knight e4.
This is serious, actually.
This is serious. Now finally I feel that I stabilized.
Maybe.
I feel that now I stabilized.
I don't like this. I don't like your knight coming to e4.
Yeah, maybe you can. Yeah, you can maybe do something more direct. For example, okay, you can just break me. Yeah.
Yeah, I can try.
Because queen h6 is always met by bishop e6 tempo as well.
Yeah.
Let's just put it on the board. That I think you can just break.
Yeah.
And open up your bishop. Open up your queen. And this bishop e6 drives me crazy. Yeah? I would love to activate the queen, but it goes nowhere after bishop e6. Magnus so happy. I think that every player knows that 10 o'clock in the morning and freestyle, this combo is kind of a deadly combo. Getting clarity, getting the feeling that now I know what I'm doing. Everything is kind of settled. Gives you this feeling that, wow, yes, freestyle chess, Fischer random chess, chess 960 is a wonderful game. If you get a horror like this in early morning, yeah, that, for example, you are hit with f4 and you don't know what to do, or d6, f4, knight e6, and then you think like, oh my God, what have I done? I already got into this trouble. Then you might also start, adapting freestyle chess that, no, I hate this, my pieces are strange. And then Anish told me that he was listening to my broadcast and he agrees what I was saying, that actually you have to turn freestyle chess into your friend. Yeah, that if you are positive and you are kind of looking at all these challenges, that everything is a mess, I don't know where are my pieces, how do I get harmony? If you look at it like in a positive way, that I'm looking forward to it, it's lovely, it's a challenge, it's chaos and so on, then you will be much more able to navigate and you will be much more successful in my mind than if you are constantly, and that's why you also need some positive results. And you have positive, this is all connected, the psychology. That's how human chess players, I think, work. But okay, yeah, Magnus is taking his time now. We can probably move around because we will come back. Who knows how long Magnus is taking his time. A very quick update on the second board. Okay, this is a much slower affair. There is no direct confrontation yet. One could get the feeling that black is kind of doing fine. On the other hand, white has already sneaked out of the corner. This bishop e3 and setting up a4, a5 idea, actually, I'm really liking the way how Mendonca is playing, not only in this game, in general, taking his time and coming up with very unconventional ideas, keeping the knight on a1, and then going a4, a5 with this bishop e3, queen g1. I actually have to say it's a true genius kind of thing. I believe that Mendonca might become a superstar in freestyle chess very quickly.
I agree. This could be his tour. I mean, he's had a few, great results over the years. Of course, you don't get to 26.
He was in Vaikanze, actually in the main group, qualified from the Challengers last year.
He did. But were he to win, let's just calm down here. But, okay, anybody who is in his rating range who wins this tournament will be their greatest victory by far. It's not even close with this kind of field. So, is he ready for a big run? He might be, and he's got that sort of position. I love it. I love it for white. a4, a5. looks very, you know, you don't want
Looks
to
very good.
you don't want to touch the c pawn as black. You might have to put a pawn on c5 just to, but actually, do you know what I would do here? Maybe, Peter, is I would play e5.
Okay. Well, but it's white to move.
Oh, it's white to move.
Excuse me. It is white to
Excuse
move.
me. That's even
Exactly.
worse.
Yes. So basically, we are already talking about direct
Direct action.
action after a4. Okay. The good news for Parham fans is that computer says, okay, forget about a4. I don't need to panic. But why you don't need to panic? That's a big question. Well, you mentioned the move c5, and then after e5, you're gonna jump back with the knight to a8. Maybe it's a possibility. Who knows? Because white is also kind of weakening himself. Let's try. This is our advantage. We are commentators, so let's just see what is the follow-up to this. Computer likes it for white, but humanly speaking, it looks like totally unclear. Let's not forget, black can also do the same queen g8 business, trying to target that weakness on b3. It's not a simple position. Not at all. Really lot to play for. And what else do we have? Because we have seen that computer did not like a4 so much. And it's only move 6. Let's just take it from the top. Let's just see. We are praising Mendonca's play. We have seen Parham in action already yesterday against Dimitri Kollars, but we haven't seen too much of him yet. c3, f6, e4, okay, occupying the center, bishop f7, quietly to move, clearly trying to set up queen g8, or is Parham actually hinting at a short castle, kingside castle, but then the queen on h8 will be horribly boxed in, so it's kind of confusing what he wants. f3, c6, bishop e3, that's how we saw this. Knight b6 was kind of thematic because knight c4 is coming. a4, by the way, is on the board, just as we expected. The move b3 was disliked by the computer. d5, trying to break in the center, makes also sense. Queen g1, threatening the knight on b6, knight fd7, and a4 played. All eyes on Parham. How will he react? Because a5 is a huge threat. White is lined up against the a7 pawn.
Okay. Should we? I think we should move on.
Yeah, we can move on because now Parham probably will also take his time. This is a very critical position. What about Saran against Pultinavicius? Well, very interesting because black has played the natural kind of moves in the center, but now he was the one who played d5 first. How did we get this? We have to start from the beginning so that we understand the spirit behind. So everything is symmetrical for the moment. So white puts the knight on e3, and then black says that no, that's enough, I'm not mirroring now. f6, f3, d5, breaking the center, e takes d5, knight takes d5, the very natural kind of recapture with the knight. Clearly with the knight you want to trade pieces, and it would be ideal to capture back with the bishop. Develop a piece, and also then giving space for the queen on g8. I believe white should not take on d5.
Really?
White should keep the tension. Yeah, I don't want to give you a tempo to develop your pieces. Yeah, it's. But the big question: what does white have in mind then? Because clearly he probably wants to castle at some point. But okay, castles looks very solid for black. Which side do you prefer here?
Black.
You prefer black, yeah? Okay, then let me pick white, and then now at least I know whom I'm fighting for. There is a move, knight c5, that catches my attention, but then you can just kick the knight away with b6, and knight b7 check, king c7 traps the knight. That's horrible. The reason why I got excited for a second about knight c5, that if black castles, then there is bishop f5 check idea, and then black is unable to play bishop e6. But yes, of course, knight c5 can be met by b6.
Even that, there's, I don't know, king c7 gets
Yes, no, knight c5, b6 is a problem. I don't want to lose so much time. And since we know that you took black, I'm white, I have to play according to my beliefs. Okay, I will castle. I will castle. Oops. I will castle here. But then you will castle as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, on the board. Yeah, what else? But then black castles. Very harmonious. I don't see why black should worry at all. You gave me the chance to play with the white pieces, but I would prefer to have another board where I can show a little bit more power.
Fill your boots. Go for it.
I think that here we can just conclude
move
that
on, yeah.
black has just very nicely equalized. This is the dream scenario, how you want to start a game in freestyle. So we continue. Badur to Matthias Bluebaum.
Wow.
That's a typical Badur kind of stuff.
But you know what? It's a sort of position as well where I actually would be very worried for Matthias in this position here. I've looked at it for 2 seconds, this position, and I already feel the danger here for black, because I think the pawn on h7 is a legitimate target. And if it was white's move here, my assumption is that the move queen g7 would be played a tempo. For example, you can just show Peter, let's say black plays a non-move like bishop c7, right? Which
basically it's the only non-move, yeah, because
Yeah.
almost impossible to make another non-move. So I will put it there, and then queen g7.
Yeah, I mean, this feels like the absolutely most natural follow-up. And again, white doesn't actually threaten anything in this position per se, but it's just this niggling little edge. The knight can't move easily, the queen can't move easily. And I think as white, in terms of a follow-up, the bishop can sometimes sneak out to h4. You've got ways of just slowly improving. And for black, a position like this is kind of troublesome.
No, he can't let white go for this. So wait a second, we already saw this, that Badur got very creative early on with g4. Okay, it's actually not a pawn sacrifice because b7 is hanging as well, but yeah, it's kind of very interesting to see that Badur is ready to change the structure like this. Yeah, bishop d5, f3, he had to foresee because black plays f4. He boxes in this structure, so it's a very confusing kind of structure. Castles, bishop f2, knight b6, knight fd2, queen g8 was the move that computer criticized. Queen g8 is not liked because look, g1, queen f7, queen g2, white gets active, and Matthias played the move knight to c4. Wow.
That move doesn't impress me a whole lot, I have to admit.
You feel like you can. But wait a second, he wants to say that after queen g7 I have knight takes d2. No, I think knight takes d2, and then he tries to take bishop takes b6, bishop takes a2. Let's put it on the board because it's kind of intriguing. I have never seen a construction like this, that if you take back, then something is happening because the bishop protects back on the queen. On the other hand, giving up the light square bishop, I'm not such a big fan. And the same idea was your knight e3. Yeah? It's exactly has the same thematic, and probably it's much stronger because after bishop e3, f e3, also bishop from b8 comes to life. Then suddenly, not only the h7 pawn, but also the h2 pawn is vulnerable. Very interesting. So, in fact, after knight c4, there is a lot to calculate. Let's just conclude this for the moment. That and I'm ready to fight them with black. Okay, knight c4. You can play with white as you want. Not so easy.
Not easy at all.
Not easy. And I'm always loving this kind of challenges because it just shows that how difficult it is to play this tournament. Sitting there on every single move you have to make a decision. You can't rely on any of your knowledge, opening theory, whatever that can help you, for example, survive an early morning game. Yeah, that you feel tired, you haven't had enough sleep, you are jet lagged, or just you are not the type of guy who wakes up too early. For example, I have this regime that I cannot fall asleep before 2 a.m. Yeah, this is the way how my body already as a second trainer and like this has established itself. And then waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning after doing double shift in Come, after everyday double runs, I feel the exhaustion. I feel the exhaustion, and that's why I was so happy about Sasha Grischuk when he said that why actually it's so nice that in the morning at least we don't have to worry about what do we play, what do we remember, because like this they can save energy. But the reason why I felt like I'm not ready for the challenge of this tournament, I would have loved to play freestyle, to try myself freestyle out, but I just felt that these double runs, early morning games will kill me. That's how I felt. Already in the afternoon, I don't mind. And in the evening, at night, I can play, but not in the morning.
He played
G7.
Queen G7. Yeah, this is the move that I would have played. I was trying to make work.
Exactly.
So how does it work, though, after knight takes D2?
Or knight E3. Yeah, both questions are, I think, super tough questions. And in fact, because I know that knight E3 hurts you even more, it was the move that you mentioned as a move, and it was clear that, yeah, jumping into E3 is very critical. Let me choose your move first.
Okay. So one important tactic, thank you. One important tactic, ladies and gentlemen, to remember is that the basic tactics in chess also still apply for freestyle. For example, the classic Zwischenschach. If we go bishop takes e3, f takes e3, do not then take the queen,
Yes.
because e takes d2 is with check, and you will lose a piece. So you will have to move the knight here.
And then already B3 is hanging,
Exactly.
yeah? So you should take on F7 immediately, right? After knight E3, that's
correct.
what you are saying.
So I'm saying take on f7, bishop takes f7. We probably have to eliminate this knight. It doesn't feel like we can just let it sit
Well,
there.
or maybe you just ignore it, and then later with knight F1 you will trade it,
That's
yeah?
true. I mean, there is...
This was the Pranesh way of dealing with things against Sindarov. Just ignoring, because then you are not waking up the beast on B8, yeah? There is also this. On the other hand, I feel that black has improved his position. This is looking now much more...
like e5 here, for example.
Exactly. There are ideas also to play something on G6. Yeah, I don't know. Knight G6 is also possible. There are possibilities.
I like d5 here as well. I know this looks ugly, but I'm just trying to dominate the knight and the bishop, and then follow up with e5 and break. And actually, I'm getting a bit worried for Badur here. I know the computer says even, but it feels like a position where black has got quite a few ideas, and white can go wrong quite quickly. I'm not in love with this for Badur. I'm not in love with this.
I feel like you have to be Badur to be able to navigate.
Yes.
Definitely. Because he has the spirit we have seen yesterday against Frederick Svanne in the second game, in the evening game at the 5th round. It was also a very kind of bizarre structure. Didn't know what to think of. It looked like it's a little bit passive, but he had the soul, he had the spirit behind it, and he was able to finally prove it over the board against someone so strong as Frederick. It just shows that, yeah, Joe Bava is a very dangerous player. Okay, Queen G7. I would say let's leave it to the guys to figure it out.
Yes.
It is quite a difficult question. And let's continue, for example, Vincent Keimer against Aryan Chopra.
Let's do it. Very similar.
Wow, what? Yes, like this. I'm always disliking this for white from a human perspective. But, okay, Vincent is also very ambitious. What happened here? Knight B3 castles, E4, E5, C3, F6. And D4, yeah, of course, Vincent doesn't want to take knight takes D4, believing that then somewhere this D5 will lead to too much symmetry, or maybe even first knight E6 trading the knight jumps to B6, so on, as we discussed. So after ED4, he takes CD4, very ambitious move, getting the center, and we see that compared to the Magnus game, black is unable to break out. There was this G6 F5 thematic. It was a completely different scenario. So now Aryan opted for D5.
Makes total sense.
Yes, exactly. You fight against the center. So white plays F3. Cements it. C6. So now the next couple of moves are very thematic. White plays long castle, knight B6, and bishop C2. We talked about it, that basically bishop c2, king b1, getting harmony, and then maintaining the center control makes sense, but black is very solid.
Yeah, I think black can be satisfied with his position here. There's no reason to feel like things have gone wrong. The only issue black has got is how is he going to get his queen involved, right? And finding out the correct configuration. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me, for example, to see him play the move bishop f7 here.
And then queen g8,
exactly.
yeah?
Bishop f7, queen g8, nudge it over. Knight can come, well, to lots of places. E6, g6.
Yeah, it feels fine
good for black. Yeah.
Exactly, it's very flexible. He also can actually improve his position also with the small little moves like bishop c7, king b8, the same like white is doing with bishop c2, king b1. Yeah, he should be happy. Absolutely solved all the opening problems, and Vincent might not be that happy in the sense that he would have loved to get more from his white game. Ariane did an extremely good job of neutralizing white's initiative at the start. All right, we can move on. What about Nyepo against David Anton? We wanted to see this game, then we never returned.
But do you know what? I feel like we should just go to the position.
To the final,
yeah,
to the current, yes. Look at this. Black has sacrificed the piece with knight d4. We have to.
Okay, we have to see that.
Actually, we have to come back to this position because this is something that we talked about from the Fabi game as well. That we are assuming that Fabi wants to establish this c5 construction, and after bishop c2, the stunning positional piece sacrifice was played. Now the big question is this? Well, it's not a positional sacrifice because after takes, in fact, there is the problem along the c file that black has not castled. This is one of these teams that haven't been featured in any of the other games that we have seen. That white castled, black does not castle, and suddenly it is white's king that gets under some attack. And after king b1, David Anton, an artist. I think you called him an artist.
He is an artist. I mean,
yes.
David Anton is for me the most. I mean, I've spent time with him. I've played him. He's a good guy. And
look at MVL. How excited he is. He's there. He's looking at this.
Yeah, I mean, he is a breath of fresh air in the world of chess. David Anton. Heavily underrated at the moment. He's had a bad patch. It happens to everybody. As we mentioned, I think a couple of days ago, probably in the first broadcast, he was 2,700 plus. And he is firmly in that group as the most naturally gifted, talented, creative players. You put names from the tournament, Jobava, Nepomniachtchi, Richard Rapport, that kind of group of natural geniuses. He is one of them. And look at this knight b6. Just as I don't even need the piece back. I've got pure amounts of counterplay. And in fact, if we try and keep the piece here, let's just say...
With knight d5, for example, or how you want it.
Knight d5 is probably a good move, actually.
Well, but I wanted to highlight that after knight d5 with rook takes c2, king c2, bishop takes d5 with perfect domination.
We'll have a look at that in a minute. But let's just say white didn't even want to give any material back.
Then
and he put the knight on, let's just say somewhere it's very ugly.
Okay, back
like
to
F1.
Okay.
This here, the bar is going down. Yeah, the bar is going down. I would say... just intuitively that black has got a forced win here.
Well, d3 and then queen takes and knight a4 might just win,
Might just win.
Exactly. For
d3.
example, d3.
Have to take.
Yeah, and Nyepo played the move. We will see f4 he played there, but just to highlight these beautiful ideas and there is the tricky queen from g8. It already moved from h8 to g8. Queen takes b3 appears, queen takes d3 and knight a4 followed by queen takes b2 check is simply unstoppable.
It's just over.
And black delivers a checkmate. Another idea of trying to keep the piece is by hopping in with the knight to d5, which I feel that should be automatically captured. And after e5, not bishop takes d5, because then white simply plays bishop e4, and I'm not a fan. But the sacrifice, rook takes c2.
I love it.
King takes c2, bishop takes d5. And ask any player, everybody will pick black, because this is a horror. Luckily for white, the queen is not lost, but
Okay, you need one. You still need to be a bit precise. here,
okay,
don't you?
queen e6 followed by short castle, bring the rook. I'm also setting up the queen f5 check threat. I think I have all the time in the world. Let me make this move. Let's see what computer thinks about it. Because knight takes did I blunder knight d4?
Oh wow.
Maybe that's a problem, or bishop d something that. But in general, I just wanted to highlight that black has time. Do we play rook e6, rook c6? Is that another?
That's certainly one way.
That's another way of playing. Yeah,
I like
computer
it.
approves. Yeah,
I
that's.
like it.
I just wanted to castle, but actually there is no reason to castle.
Yes.
The queen on g8 is wonderful. The king on d8 is great. And then if you move the king back to b1, who knows? Maybe I play rook a6, and I target the a2 pawn. Yeah, it's just crazy. The light squares are so weak. So of course Nyepo said, no thank you. I know what you are doing because I'm also capable of doing things like this. And he opted for the move f4. Please take my knight back. I want freedom. I want to activate my pieces.
What?
d3 played.
He does it anyway.
He does it anyway. Now let's see. We see the nervousness, excitement, curiosity on Nyepo's face that wait a second. I calculated something. I thought that I have the answer. What am I missing? That was the impression. Well, bishop takes d3 is kind of very natural, but the same takes, queen takes b3 is there, and bishop c2, rook c2, knight a4. Let's figure it out. It looks very scary. This looks extremely scary, and the computer approves. This is the same problem. The bishop is hit, bishop c2, rook takes c2, knight takes c2, and then we can even choose probably knight c4, knight a4, depending what we want.
Over.
And look at Nyepo is visibly very nervous because did he miss the move this? But I can't really believe that he can miss a move because he would play himself a move like this a tempo.
I think what he wants to do is he wants to play bishop takes d3, bishop takes b3.
No, but then a2 is hanging. You can't live with it. But he's about to make a move. But if he has to give up the light square bishop, no, what is he planning?
He's going to play knight c1. No, queen f.
Queen f3. Wow, that was okay. But this is some genius response. This is amazing. This is absolutely amazing, because it is so easy to think like if I give up the light square bishop, that's a horror. After d takes c2 check, knight takes c2, the queen protects back on b3, and all of a sudden white is ready to break with d4 and activates the queen. Let's not forget, if black castles long to the left side, to the queen side, then it will be very vulnerable, and the queen cannot escape, so black is unable to castle to the king side, to the traditional king side, to the right side of the board. So amazing play by Nyepo. What a move. f4 double exclamation mark, because he had to foresee the stunner d3 queen f3. Brilliant stuff. Very happy that we moved here. Amazing.
I'm very happy as well. I still feel as though, how is David Anton going to keep the initiative here? It's very easy to give the initiative away here. Basically just win a piece, play on, and then suddenly it's a completely new game. It's very difficult.
Absolutely stunning.
I have got an idea, but it's so crazy. It's so crazy it can't work.
But look at the excitement and the happiness and the proudness on Nyepo's body language. That did you see what I'm capable of? And yes, we saw, and David Anton is actually very upset that I'm coming up with brilliant ideas. I would have probably crushed everyone else in the world, and then Nyepo comes up with f for queen f3. How on earth he does this?
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
Just unbelievable.
And stares at David Anton. Did you see it? You wanted to crush me? Yeah, because I know that Jan is a player who takes everything very personally.
Yes.
Yes, he is a very big fighter. That's a driving force. He wants to be creative, but he wants to win the game. Yeah, he wants to win. He wants to beat his opponent. He wants to outsmart him. He will be very, and look at this, how pleased he is. Yes, yes, guys, I played f4 queen f3. Amazing.
All right, so we've got fireworks there. Let's move on, and we're going to let David Anton stew in that position because that looks difficult. Now, it's been a while since we've checked out the absolute.
For example, Niemann we haven't seen for a long time already.
Okay,
or you want to check out Magnus?
Well, Magnus apparently is completely winning.
Yeah, let's see. We are not surprised. We just moved around a little bit, and well, after e5 he played 96, the prophylactic 96, because now he's planning to break with d6, and he invites g3. He invites g3, d6, f4, and then knight takes f4.
Oh,
brilliant.
Yeah.
Calm. What a calm move with devastating effect, because actually then there was no need to start with d6, giving white the option of going f4, bishop e3, and then even f4 was a good move, but not as good as knight e6, because this is almost a killer then. And white played the move h3.
No.
Well, he's trying to get the bishop to h2, but it all happened, and it can happen so quickly. After e takes d4, just take with a knight on d4, go for a nice walk, take a cup of coffee or tea in your hands, enjoy life. You know exactly what you're going to do next. And then Magnus would have been the one who thinks about how do I equalize in a very nice manner, knight b6, knight with d5 or knight e6 idea. In any case, nothing bad can happen to white. And then being overambitious, this is one of the points actually that in freestyle chess, if you are overambitious, you are trying to be oversmart, then you might run into absolutely immediate punishment. And this is what happens here. Yeah. Unbelievable. Magnus might win a very simple, easy game.
Well, let's have a look at that chart. We saw one before. Here we go. This is my favorite one. This is the neural network running and looking at this position, and it gives the odds of a Carlsen win to be around about, well, I mean, 35 odd % I would say.
How many percent?
About 35%. I mean,
well, I can tell you that I believe it's 95% that Magnus wins this position.
No.
Yes. How can it be otherwise? White's position is falling apart.
95%?
Of course. I would almost say 100%, but okay, let's not say 100%.
Okay, 95%.
95%.
Okay, let's do this, okay? Let's do this. So you think that 5 times out of 100, a Wanda Liang
would save
would
this
save
position.
it, and 95 times he loses?
For sure, yes.
Okay, I normally do this with Gusti and so on, so... do you like nuts? Do you like?
I eat nuts, of course. Yes.
Okay. If Magnus wins, I give you 5 nuts, roasted nuts. And if a Wanda Liang draws,
but which kind of nuts?
Whatever you like. Do you like pistachio?
Pistachio.
Do you like pistachio?
Cashews.
Oh, I like cashews.
Everything, yes. But okay, everything is closed.
95
Sunday,
nuts
Monday.
and if a Wanda draws or wins, you owe me 95 nuts.
No, but I don't want to rob you like this.
You think it's robbery?
Well,
my goodness.
I simply believe
I think I'm
Magnus.
robbing you.
No. Come on, look at the position.
Come on.
The position tells the story.
95 times out of 100.
Yes, of course.
Come on.
Well, if you ask Magnus 100 times,
no,
he will be very, very upset. Because
Come
it's already not connected with Evander Liang. It doesn't matter how good he plays. He can play the best moves. But actually, if Magnus just being Magnus, then he just wins.
The neural network said that...
Forget about neural network. He doesn't know that we are talking about Magnus Carlsen. This is
true.
Magnus Carlsen. That's, that's the problem. If I would play, I would say that, yes, the chances that I win this game with black would be 50%. I would give myself 50%.
Against anybody in the world?
Well, okay, not against a computer, then probably
No.
0, but
against any
computer
human.
saves, but against any human, because the human is also terrified from White's perspective, and he feels that he got completely crushed, he got outplayed, and he is blaming himself. I don't think that it's possible to put up, how do you put up resistance? You can't even hold on to the pawn, because then bishop h2, d takes c5, the pawn is falling, and if you take e d6, that's a horrible kind of move. There's no move here. It's lost. It just lost.
Wow, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Peter thinks that it's an almost certainty that black wins. And don't get me wrong, I hate the white position. I hate everything after CD4. Just things started to go wrong for Awanda, but lost. I mean, yeah, it looks horrible. I agree with you. It looks disgusting for white.
For example, you remember the position yesterday, the Mihailovsky game, when he sacrificed the pawn and then he played the move a5. I would have given really big chances there for black that, yes, he has chance even against Magnus. But this position not, because there was spirit. But here the spirit is broken. The spirit of white's position is broken, and the move h2, h3 shows total helplessness. Yeah, that this is totally horrible. And the point is, what Magnus is doing, and here probably his incredible expertise of freestyle chess comes to life, maybe even more than other positions, when the queens are in the corner, because this is such a different game. All the rules that you know about normal classical chess basically do not apply, because it's all connected with who can activate the queen before. I remember the very first Weissenhaus tournament 2024. There was a game between Levon Aronyan and Vincent Keimer in the knockout portion already. And I believe that Vincent made a losing move in the first move, and his queen from b8 could never ever get into the game. And he was, of course, crushed by Levon in a wonderful manner.
You think he was losing after the first move?
After the first move, yeah.
Wow.
First move was kind of losing. And he never got a chance to show his skills. He was actually playing well last year as well, but he was just knocked out by Levon Aronyan due to that first move mistake. So bishop h2 on the board, where we are expecting, well, there is also argument for your lovely f4 move.
But d is so straightforward, right?
Yeah, d is so straightforward, but also f4, just the temptation to, white wants to at least trade off this horrible bishop. Well, if of course black can win a
it looks like it wins a pawn straight away.
Yes.
Does it? Or do you have to put the king on d1 or something?
You have to put then some other problems are appearing. Also, knight b6, knight c4 will hit the b2 and e5 pawns. Okay, it's such a horror.
Let's look at d takes e5, because this is...
Let's take a look. So we are expecting bishop takes e5.
Yep, bishop takes.
Bishop takes. Now white can't take rook takes e5 because knight takes d4 tactic, I believe, and there will be an intermezzo check with knight takes b3. So white is forced to take d takes e5. And of course black takes on d1. We have to capture, unfortunately, back with the king. And what I was saying that now, for example, simply knight b6, knight c4, targeting both pawns are looking very promising for black as well. The big question is that can we even maybe with f5, f4, your idea, actually hope for even more than this? But let me just put this knight on b6. Is this a good move? I think it is. Knight c4 is coming. Strategically, it looks devastating, but just to compare, because this is also the player should look at like this, that okay, d5, I have this line with knight b6 in the pocket. It looks very promising, but let's just check for alternatives, and then the move f5, f4, shutting out that bishop on h2 and also the queen on h1 makes so much sense. It basically forces ed6, because otherwise the e5 pawn is simply lost. But ed6, that will simply give us the chance to play bishop d6, we reinforce the f4 pawn, and Magnus is about to make a move. He's very happy. He takes d5. He will go for this knight b6 direction. Yeah, very healthy. Just, who knows, maybe f4 is good, but why to play something like this if we can play naturally?
Yeah, I wonder in huge trouble. Just huge trouble. It's amazing, and I probably say this once. Well, I don't do so much commentary anymore, but when I do the commentary, I probably say it. But I think when we look back at chess history and we look back at the great champions, the thing that sets Magnus Carlsen apart from the other champions is how easy he makes the game look. It's very rare for Magnus to pull out these unbelievable complex combinational brilliancies or anything like that. Of course can do, and he occasionally does. It's the simple stuff like this. He just makes it look so straightforward without seemingly doing very much. He puts a knight on e6, he plays d6, and the guy falls apart. How? How does he do it? Right? But it's just really... And when you think of other world champions, you know, if you look at champions like, I don't know, Spassky or Tal or... you know, maybe some other players as well. It felt like their wins and their progression was always a bit more complex. Or Petrosian, for example, right? It was always, you know, the Petrosian style of the counter-attack and the, you know, being able to have a great intuition about his opponent's attack. But nobody plays like Carlsen. Nobody just has this innate feel for putting pieces harmoniously on good squares and converting at the frequency Magnus does. Would that be a fair...
Yeah, well, it's actually a very nice kind of description, but I would also add that it's connected with chess evolution. Yeah, that what I feel that why Magnus is so incredibly brilliant, that he carries on all this heritage that all the players you named, yeah, he unites all this knowledge that they are doing, and he spices up with the computer's kind of precision, very nice calculation. And of course, we don't know what, for example, all these legendary world champions would have been able if they would have also access to computer. Yeah, but I get your point. And one thing that also with Fischer, I think it was the case that he just came and he won. Yeah, and people were wondering what happened here. Well, he just crushed his opponent. How? Well, he's Fischer. And with Magnus, you get very much the same. And this is what I really love, that he has all the classical knowledge. There is just not a single game, not a single happening in the chess world that Magnus Carlsen doesn't know. He was famous for this already when he was 13, 14. He knew everything. Yeah, so his heart is very much, he treasures the old school chess, all the finesses, and has also the ability to calculate like a computer, think like a computer. And this, I think this is just wonderful to say. And I also heard this about tennis players, that you cannot really always compare the greatest of the current moment with someone from 50 years ago, because the game also progressed. And the true champions are the ones that always unite everything plus adds the current extra feature.
Yeah, I think, and this has gone exactly as we said, knight b6 on the board. We looked at this position a moment ago. Now knight c4 is coming, and the position is just horrible for a wonder. And you can see there Peter's neural net, you know, forget the neural networks. He said he rubbished the neural networks, but there's been a massive adjustment. So now the odds of white winning according to neural networks are something like, that looks like 3% or 4%. I think it's actually closer to 0%.
It's zero. I would also mean that the draw is like, you know, I'm not thinking about the win for white.
Yeah.
White saving the game was only 5% back then.
And what is it now?
In my mind.
It's zero. Is it 1%?
No, nothing changed ever since, because it was the logical follow-up.
So you think white saves this 5% of the time?
Well, I told you that normally I would not even give the 5%, but I did not want to be so harsh.
Yeah.
And even 95 shocked you already. So if I would insist on 100, I don't know.
Well, it's never 100 because mistakes happen, right? And
yeah, well, but you really need a blunder from Magnus in this moment, because we know or basically we need the computer curse, that we are praising Magnus so much that suddenly something happens, but then it's out of his control. It's just the commentator's curse if something goes wrong here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, Magnus is going to be beyond happy. At 12.
It's move 12, right?
12 moves in and he's crushing.
Well, if you ask him on move 5 what he thinks about the position, he will tell you, well, yes, my opponent will play knight takes d4. He will have a very solid position. I first have to equalize, and then I will look how can I maybe create chances. And what happened? After 3 moves, he was winning. Yeah, after e5, knight e6, basically that white is unable to protect the center. Yeah, we have to show one more time this very important deadly tactic, because this is the reason why White's position is falling apart due to this amazing tactic. Bishop d5, trapping the queen, a very thematic tactical motive in freestyle chess. And due to this tactical motive, Avander, to his horror, had to realize that he cannot play the desired move g3. He had to do something, but if he does something else, then his position falls apart, doesn't make any sense. And yeah, it's Magnus Carlsen using it with very precise play, and I don't see a way back for Avander here.
No, I think we can safely say that Magnus is huge favourite to win, and if he wins, of course, it puts him on 6 out of 6. Now, we're getting, I mean, it depends on the other results, but let me pose a question to you, Peter. Okay, he wins this round, and then something like, let's bring up the
Yes.
let's bring up the overview of all the boards, if we can.
Yes, this bird's eye view, yes.
Yeah.
Let's get that.
Let's say this, Carlsen wins, and it says minus 1.37, but it looks technically winning. And let's say on board 2, for example, that Mendonca wins. Suddenly it's Carlsen White against Mendonca in the afternoon.
Yes.
Let's say things go as planned, Carlsen. Suddenly he's on 7 out of 7, right?
Yes.
He's on 7 out of 7, okay? And then what happens? And
then Niepo and Fabi and all the others will say, wait a second, give us the chance to try to stop Magnus Carlsen. Yeah, but they have to get there. It's not easy. But when I see what Niepo was doing with this G3 F4 and Queen F3, reacting to this sensational piece sacrifice by David Anton, then of course we are hoping that one of the last rounds will feature this crazy kind of battle, yeah. That because for the moment it looks way too easy for Magnus. He's just cruising.
Yeah, he is just cruising. Let's you know what, this the Nepomniachtchi David Anton game.
Well, he sacrificed an exchange now. Niepo sacrificed an exchange.
Yes.
It's a brilliant game. What a game!
Yeah, he's got this amazing knight on d5.
And the light square bishop.
And the light square bishop looks, you know, very tough. For David Anton could actually lose quite quickly if he's not careful in a position like that. So I'm getting a little bit concerned for David Anton. Where is it somewhere that looks very interesting? Well, it's really funny. If you look at this overview of all the boards, Mendonca, Sarana, Jobava, have a look at the evaluations of all of those boards. You know, you've got a plus 0.4, plus 0.3, plus minus point. So it's all more or less around level. The only board at the moment with a clear advantage is that of Magnus Carlsen.
On the top 10 boards.
On the top 10 boards.
Yes. We don't know the other boards, but
exactly. And you know, again, the level of class is just so high. And just to go back to what you were saying as well, Peter, because I think it is important to talk about the evolution of chess. And you know, it is also important, when you were talking about tennis players, it's impossible to compare Bjorn Borg with Novak Djokovic, because so many things were different. Just from nutrition to the equipment that they use, right? The just better rackets, the training and the resources and the general athleticism of players now. So you can't compare it, and it's probably unfair to compare it to a certain extent. And there's a good question, really: is it useful to make a comparison? Is it actually useful to compare Carlsen with Alexander Alyoshin? It's not clear to me how useful that comparison is.
Yes.
But there was something I did read, Peter, and perhaps our producers can do a great job and find this, which is that I think there was some kind of simulation made recently, which was, imagine you gave all the players of the past access to the materials and the resources of today. And they managed to do some sort of simulation of that. And from what I remember, well, from what I remember, it was actually Paul Morphy, of all the great champions, who apparently would have done better than a lot of the other champions from the 20th century. So perhaps somebody in the chat, if you are watching, can reference that.
Look at Magnus's face.
Yeah.
He is so happy. At the same time, he is thinking like, okay, where is the knockout blow? I just want to win this game on the spot. Why is this game not ending yet?
Well, I mean, he can go knight c4. We'll bring the board out. Knight c4, and well, you have to defend. So knight c4. Would it be rook e2? Is that the move? To defend laterally and maybe...
Well, or to play king c1.
I don't like king c1 somehow.
You don't like it, yes?
No, yeah, I don't like it.
But also rook e2 makes a very strange impression. Okay, white's position is horrible. Everything is misplaced. Of course, if white could get f4 g3, that would be a whole different game. Then white stabilizes. Some were actually expecting Magnus to play the move f5, f4, just locking out white's queen further. And I'm wondering after knight c4, can I play the move f4? Maybe I would just give this pawn on b2. I know that it hurts, it's horrible, it's painful, but at least I'm getting some stability. And then I'm going to go g3 and activate the queen to f2 and claim that now suddenly black's queen is a little bit far away, to try to change the character of the game, get some initiative.
Okay, here's a question for you, because we've been using the neural networks graphic and so on. Here's an interesting question. In this position here, in 10 games, how do you think Stockfish would do against Magnus Carlsen with white from this position here?
Oof. Yeah, that's a tough one. Well, I really hope that 5 wins for Magnus and 5 draw. That's what my heart is screaming for. But the computer, I think that simply the fact that if Magnus would know that he plays against a computer, that would mess with his mind.
Let's assume he doesn't know he's playing. Well, let's assume he doesn't know exactly.
Okay, if he doesn't know, well, it's a good thing and a bad thing, because then he doesn't know that he actually needs to be super cautious. He might just think that, okay, it's a walk in the park kind of business. Yeah, it's.
Let me put it like this: Magnus wouldn't win a single game against a computer from this position.
Wouldn't, yeah?
No. Stockfish at top level here would not lose against Magnus.
But don't break our hearts
It's
and
true.
our hope of humanity
It is
and
true.
everything. No, I cannot believe
It's
this.
true.
At least I don't want to believe. It might be true, but it breaks my heart, yeah?
Well, listen, there have been some challenges recently, and I think it was the newest engines, they were giving a piece. I think there were even, I hate to say it, I think, some piece odds, and I think a top GM was doing it. He was involved in this challenge, and he didn't win that many games, just a piece up from
But okay, it's also insulting. I don't know. I would take it very personal, to be honest. And I would refuse any kind of playing with piece odds or pawn odds or whatever. Because I would, first of all, expect for myself that if I'm a pawn up, I have to win. Probably I'm not capable of, then I will just go crazy. I will lose many years of my life, because this is a personal matter. I have devoted my life from the moment that I was 10 years old to professional chess. I have been working on professional chess all my life, and then suddenly I always believed that if I'm winning, I should be winning, and then a computer comes and proves me that I'm not only not winning because I blundered something, but actually because I'm unable to convert the winning position. Something will just die in myself. I will not be able to live.
I understand, Peter. I understand totally. It's the takeover of these machines and bots. It's a very real thing. It's a very real thing. And Joel Benjamin played a classical match recently. I can't remember against which engine. He did win some games, but the word on the street is that in Blitz, a piece up, you've got no chance against a computer.
Wow.
I mean, zero chance.
God, yes.
It's incredible
This
to
is
think.
terrifying.
Yeah.
This is horrible news.
I only ask because in this position, of course, I totally agree with you. I mean, Magnus Carlsen is such a huge favorite to win this position. But, you know, when we think about the evolution of chess, and that's been the theme of the past hour here, it's actually soul-destroying, as you said, Peter,
Yes.
that I believe that in this position here, Magnus Carlsen would not win a single game against Stockfish from this position. I think he wouldn't lose that many either, because I think he can just make sure, but he wouldn't win a single game. That's my prediction. I'm probably getting a lot of heat in chat saying, no, Magnus would win this position. I don't think you understand just how resilient these computers are. They are brutal, and they find all these weird resources that you don't even consider as a human. So yes, I stand by the fact that I think Magnus would not win this. However, I think that Magnus would win this position against every human on
Exactly.
Earth over 75% of the time. Any human on Earth.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Because actually, it doesn't matter who is the opponent. The position is bad, and I would say that in order Magnus not to win, something extraordinary has to happen. Some miracle has to happen. Yeah, some big blunder that Magnus otherwise never does, or that he gets careless or whatsoever. But it's such an overwhelming position. However, I want to highlight that if, for example, this knight c4, f4, knight takes b2 check, king c1 really happens, I believe that then we can already talk about that there are possibilities that white saves the game, because white gets activity. The whole course of the game, the reason why I'm so pessimistic is that white has a horrible kind of piece configuration. The bishop on b1 is dead. It's controlled by this beautiful g6 f5 pawn structure. The queen on h2 is cut out of the game completely. The knight on f1 is not developed yet. The knight on b6 is a horrible piece. Has nowhere to go. Black's knight on e6 is just beautifully controlling all the important squares where that white knight could jump. And also white's king on d1 is feeling unsecure. Now, if black's queen would be on b4, we would say it's resigns territory. So the reason why white is still hanging in there, because the queen on h8 is still far away. Now, if that queen ever comes to life, it's over. Can we let me just push this pawn to f4 to see the evaluation that, yeah, computer doesn't necessarily like it because it weakens the e4 square. Who knows, then maybe white can hope for some activation of his knight. But this is good news for Liang Gavander. Okay, then actually it's kind of funny, because if knight c4 is the best move, according to... No, it's also not the best move. Then what is the best move? It's kind of insane. But probably computer doesn't like f4. But let me make this move f4. Okay, knight takes b2 check. King c1. Where does this knight go back? Maybe it should go back to a4. Maybe it's stronger on a4 than on c4.
Queen G,
Knight a4 and g3. I just want this systematic kind of approach. And next queen f2. And I have a hope of eventually landing something on d6. That's where that's the human heart is looking for. Yeah, that's some hope, some complication, some perspective.
I like it. I think you have to be practical here as white, exactly like this. I think you just have to find a way now to just, you know, if it means giving up a pawn just for a bit of coordination, you just have to do it. Otherwise, you're just going to lose. Okay, let's have a quick look at...
Yes.
Maybe we can have the overview again. And
exactly. Let's get that overview. It's very nice.
Then we're able to see, indeed, that the Nepo game is the Nepo game could be game of the round, by the way. Because
it's a brilliant game.
It's a brilliant game.
Absolutely stunning.
Let's quickly go there, and then I think...
I'm very happy to go there.
Yeah, let's go there. And let's just go to...
Because I always love when it's not a one-sided affair.
Yes.
Yeah, then there is all this tension, everything. So queen f3 we have seen. Knight a4 was played. And then Nepo sacrificed the exchange with knight d5. Wonderful concept. Bishop takes d1, queen takes d1, knight c5, bishop c4. setting up the battery against the black queen.
Wow, and knight
And
takes
knight takes
e4.
e4, yes, because
Look at this.
rook e4, rook takes e4 would be good for black. Then rook takes e4, queen d5, maybe black would even win. At least it would be good. So Nyepo falls back with the bishop to b3. E takes f4 played, and knight takes f6.
Wow.
Look at that bishop. This is now a double attack on the queen on g8 and the rook on e8. Also the knight on e4. Now black needs a very special
Okay.
move.
Let's just pause here a second.
And treasure the moment, yeah? Well, David Anton is about to make a move because clearly he had foreseen. Will he sacrifice his queen somehow? Queen
It
takes
would-
b3. He will take queen takes b3. It will be the move that will be played. I can guarantee you. We will be seeing another stunner with queen
And after
takes
a
b3.
takes b3?
Yeah, then just take back on f6.
With the
and
knight?
Yes, with the knight, for example. And then I have rook, knight, and the pawn. I might lose back on f4, but the structure will be spoiled, and there are chances. I think we will be seeing queen takes b3.
Really?
Yes, for sure. The game screams for it.
That's
And
true. It is in the spirit of the game.
It is absolutely in the spirit.
Is there absolutely nothing else here, though? Let's
Well,
just...
Yes.
Let me just try and be...
Yeah, I don't want to influence you. But
This
I
is-
already can't, I can't think from scratch because he
Yeah.
goes knight takes d2.
This is what I was thinking.
Okay, knight d2, queen d2. But okay, queen takes b3 was so beautiful. Probably not enough. But I had to mention it. Yeah, takes. And then queen f8. Queen f8.
Yeah, and if knight takes h7, queen f5 check is important.
Yeah, but I anyway don't want. Yeah, queen f8. I don't want to go pawn hunting. I want to play for domination. And look at the evil bar. I perfectly agree with the evil bar. That's impossible that this is not a win for white. I don't know yet how, but my intuition tells it. I felt, can we just cheat for a second?
Sure.
That after knight takes f6 was queen takes
I
b3
don't think it holds.
a suggestion, because I felt like, no, it doesn't work.
No.
But, okay, but computer is completely insane to give plus 3 points some advantage to this position. Yes, I understand that slowly it should win, but humanly speaking, this is like a plus equal plus minus position, not a completely winning position. Why would it be a completely winning position? But, okay, of course, against computers, it's hopeless. But, for example, any of this, what computer says, queen f3, rook c6, g takes f4, well, there are all kinds of fortress issues. White has spoiled pawn structure. There is not a single pawn island that is connected. Yeah, which means that I will be able to set up quite a amount of fortress. In a practical game, this would, of course, the problem is that bishop d4 will come and the bishop will
Yeah.
be super strong. But anyway, we are back to the live action. Nyepo, okay, the move knight d5 is kind of obvious. The knight falls back, but what happens after? Yeah, knight d5 on the board.
I think he wants to go f3 here. I think that's the idea by David Anton. Because...
Do you have time for that?
well, I just feel like you need an asset. Because if you don't do anything,
I
White's
understand.
next move is very obvious. His next move is pawn to a3.
Yeah, just create a luft,
Put
and
the king
then
on
the
a2.
position wins by itself.
Wins by itself.
Exactly. A3, you just hide the king.
There's all kinds of queen a5 checks and bishop d4. And
Yes.
there's a million ways to improve. Even just taking on f4 and queen h4 check, but you need that luft so that
For your
there's-
king.
Yeah, for the
Yes.
king. Yeah.
One thing I want to highlight that actually black has the right to castle
Oh,
long,
yeah.
but it does not help.
No.
This is such a pawn structure now with this brilliant knight on d5, a dominating knight, and we know exactly a backward pawn, when it's blockaded by a minor piece like a knight on d5, then very often it's much better to remove that pawn. You get some hope, but okay, in this position it would not give any hope, just in general terms, yeah, that this backward pawn is always often hinders the own enemy.
Well,
The own army, sorry. Yeah, knight d5. Yeah, poor David Anton. He started with brilliancy, knight d4 and then knight b6. And if not for Nyepo, then it could have worked.
It could have, yeah. I think probably, again, this is a good moment for us to take a quick breather. Players are now over halfway through this round, I would say. The games are starting to get a bit more clarity. But certainly looks as though Magnus is in full control. The rest of the games look quite balanced, so a lot of games unclear, and the results are unclear. Does look great for Magnus Carlsen though. But we're going to see the conclusion of this round when we come back in just a few minutes. So don't go anywhere. This is round 6 of the Grenke Chess Festival 2025. See you soon.
We set up a little polling station here today, and the people have spoken between classical chess and freestyle chess. Classical chess was the winner, but not by much.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 6 of the Grenke Chess Festival, and I guess the main event, which is the Freestyle Chess Open. An absolutely wonderful, unique opportunity for players from all over the world to come and compete, playing Chess 960 with some of the best players in history in the world also participating, including the man on the screen, Magnus Carlsen. Now, you saw in the video just before we came back a little bit of fun at the front entrance of the tournament hall, where everybody who passed these plastic boxes was asked to choose what do they prefer, freestyle chess or classical chess. As it turns out, classical chess did win the vote, but not by much. It was a close affair. So people are starting to warm more and more towards freestyle chess, and with good reason. It's a great concept. It's picking up a lot of momentum. And of course, we're here as part of the Freestyle Chess Tour. Players are playing for tour points to reach the finale over in Sin City, Las Vegas. Have you been to Vegas before?
Yes, in '99
For the
FIDE World Championship.
How did you do?
Well, I got knocked out by Sergei Movsisyan in a tiebreak. Yeah, I mentioned. And there we see the prize fund, 60,000 euros first prize, and the grand ticket to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam event in Las Vegas, middle of July, and also 25 points. Well, we know that Magnus really wants to get those 25 points. He doesn't need to qualify to Las Vegas, but the 25 points are so much more valuable for him than the $60,000 because he wants to win the whole tour. And right now, Vincent is just 3 points behind. If Magnus can advance here, win a lot of points, then it will be very difficult for the rest of the field. And there we see the overall standing. Magnus Carlsen with 40 points. Vincent Keimer 37, Fabiano Caruana 33, Hikaru Nakamura 28. So I think we can more or less conclude that right now these 4 players are fighting it out. At the moment, of course, the system is very tricky because at the end of the day in South Africa in December, you will have the chance to fight for double the points. So actually, whoever wins South Africa will get 50 points. So you can actually make a huge catch up, but clearly at the moment Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana and Hikaru Nakamura are in good position.
They are, but as the simple math dictates, if you win this tournament, let's assume Magnus doesn't win it. He has an accident, something happens. Bador Jabava wins the tournament. He gets 25 points.
Yes, he gets.
And he's on his way to Vegas.
And who knows what happens in Vegas.
And who knows? He wins 60,000 euro here. He goes to Vegas. It's a $250,000 opportunity.
Absolutely.
If you're not part of the tour already, which Bador isn't. And talking of Bador Jabava, there he is, our very own resident Adrian Brody. I've never actually made that comparison. I can't believe it took me years to make that comparison, but there you go. Much better chess player than Adrian Brody. And I think it would be great. You can see he's playing Chopra, but I really love this overview possibility that we have of all the boards. So we can select where to go next.
Yeah, the bird's eye view. Yeah, this is lovely. Well, we see that computer, and look at this. Your suggestion, A3, King A2 on the board on the game between Nepo and David Anton Guijarro. Nepo made sure that his king is safely stored there. There is nowhere to run for the black king. Of course, black king would love to run to h8, but even there, the g6 square, yeah, queen e5 check, knight e7 will always appear. I don't see any chances for David Anton to survive, despite having 3 pawns and rook against 2 minor pieces. That looks horrible. I also feel like we have to keep an eye always on the big guns, like, for example, Fabiano Caruana is making huge step forward. It's a beautiful, marvelous position. I feel like I can't really imagine him not winning this, not converting, and then he will be 5 out of 6, coming closer and closer. Mendonca against Max Tolu. What do we have there? A knight on f5, a beautiful knight on f5, but the king on d2, so black at least managed to give a bishop h5 check. So white lost the right to castle, but still, I don't see a rook appearing on the d file. The rook on c7 is boxed in. It looks extremely good for Mendonca. What about Saron against Pultinavicius? This looks like, well, whose move is it? It is white to move. Bishop e3 is a threat. Exactly.
Looks
Bishop
horrible
e3.
for white.
Yes, so you have to deal with this, and it's the typically unfair scenario that white has the open file, the open d file, black has the open e file, and the reason why I say it's unfair because you can't really do much with the d file. Every anti-square is kind of under black's control, but black is the one who can invade on the e file. So obviously black is in the driver's seat. What about Jobava? That knight landed on e3 from black. Actually, even Matthias avoided the queen of trade, and then look at this knight g3, typical Jobava kind of stuff, creating mess, creating confusion, and trying to create the imbalance that is needed. Yes, somehow to get rid of that knight on e3.
All right, so which game do you want to go to get the close-up then with?
Yeah, well, I got carried away by looking at all and trying to evaluate them. If something caught your attention that, yes, wow, that maybe is the game. The Nepo game we have already covered enough, I think. Yes, so we should do justice. Maybe the Mendonca Max Todlu. What do you think about this?
Okay.
Knight on f5, king d8, king d2 position.
Let's go there. Let's do it.
Yeah, and also a very quick update on the Magnus game, that Magnus spent a lot of time and then came up with this quiet little move h5. And then queen g3, bishop f7 is trying to get his queen to h6, activate it like this, hinder white of going f4 because then the f4 pawn is lost immediately. So just another very nice kind of touch by Magnus, h5, a move we haven't seen coming. All right, but let's head to Mendonca.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I've got to pause you there because the moment you clicked on Mendonca, I saw in the bottom left-hand corner, Kartikian has played a move. It went to -5 at some moment against Caruana. So
really?
Let's
get a quick update there.
It flashed bright red. Is it really losing this? I mean, why is this move?
Well, the position is losing. That's at least how a Super Grandmaster looks at this position, because it's horrible. The bishop on b1 is dead forever with this pawn structure with d3. There's a monster knight on d4. The bishop on b8, queen d6 combo is eyeing towards the g3 pawn. So it will be black who decides when the break with e4 will work. He can prepare it. Bishop g6 can be improved. The only hope for white is to somehow keep the game locked completely, and also maybe to try to trade this monster knight off with knight b3. But even if we trade it off, knight takes d4, e4 will still be a horror with that bishop on b1.
Okay, the position is probably not as bad as it seems. Sometimes there's the DGT boards pick up a bit of an incorrect move.
Yeah, let me ask the computer, how does the computer actually evaluate?
It's going to be like -1.
Well, I think more. Yeah, more or less you are right. Yeah, 1.3. Idea like b5. Wow, actually white can still castle short. We should, well, actually white can also castle to the queen side, to the left side of the board, to c1, but it doesn't seem to and the computer, and it's very much Fabi style, b5, bishop c7, bishop a5, activating that bishop like this. Very nice. Very nice move. The only question that maybe now with bishop g5, white is trying to set up the f4, bishop e7 kind of idea against e takes f4. If Fabi feels like, okay, this is the only idea my opponent got, then there is a temptation to place one of the rooks on e8. The reason why automatically rook c8 would be the more natural kind of human move, and then to hope for some bishop g6 e4 break at some moment. But yeah, it's up to Fabi to decide. He still has 23 minutes. He needs to speed up at some point. You don't want to have the better position but end up in a time trouble, because that would give the opponent a chance. But okay, nothing extraordinary is happening here, so let's go to the Mendonca game against Parham Maksodlu. And this is the current position. In fact, Black's last move was g5. And the last couple of moves were bishop h5 check, king d2, and g5. But I just intuitively, when I see that a monster knight on f5 can sit forever on f5, then I'm getting very bad feelings. Any hope?
Let me tell you what I would do here. I would play in the style of Luke McShane, who, by the way,
would be a fantastic...
Why isn't he here?
Exactly. Where is Luke? Where is he hiding?
I don't know. I'm gonna call him and find out, because I think of all the English players, he would be my number one candidate for this tournament. He's ideal for this format. Ideal. I guess it's because he's a dad. He's got a family. It's Easter. He has to travel. He can't. He does still travel. He still plays, but maybe he just couldn't organize it in time. Nonetheless, Luke McShane style. If we go back, bishop d3 is a good move. I like it. But
queen f8.
Let me tell you, Luke McShane.
Yes.
Luke McShane style in this position, king c2. This is Luke McShane.
And then king b2.
And put the king on b2 and just walk
tranquilo,
it.
Yeah?
Tranquilo. Luke McShane has never rushed a move in his life. Put the king on b2.
Maybe even on a2.
Maybe even on a2, I don't know. And then decide how he wants to utilize the d file, get the king out the way. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Some king c2, king b2, rook c2, rook d2. This kind of... He loves these one-move maneuvers, one-square maneuvers. Why not?
Yeah, lovely.
Why not? You get a rook to d2, suddenly...
But it's also understandable what
of course.
Leon is trying to do. Yeah, he wants to activate that knight from a1, and in order to do so, he first activates the bishop to d3. Maksodlu instantly blitzed out the move queen f8. He's hinting at, yes, I won't leave my queen for too long in the corner, just in case I'm eyeing some entry squares there, but we are expecting the move knight c2, but knight c2 is there, ed, cd, c5. That would be a typical Maksodlu way of breaking out of the box, of the prison. I don't want to let that happen, because then suddenly the king on d2 can feel tricky. Not so easy.
What about doing something similar before? What about king c2 here?
King c2 is so basically I'm giving up, but then also I get ed, cd, c5, because you are not controlling the c5 square anymore. At the moment, the rook on c1, bishop e3, queen f2 were lining up for it. So let me just put this knight c2 on the board. We would expect ed, cd, c5 to create a huge mess.
This king is really problematic on d2.
Yeah, and then suddenly if the d4 pawn disappears, then black will get access to the e5, c5 outpost for his knight. So this isn't such an easy position as the computer indicates or indicated. Computer's main move was clear, not bishop d3. I switched off the engine, but still we could see that bishop d3 was not, or at least I saw that it was not the main move. I think computer was advocating for some a5 to kick that knight away, but the knight on b6 has no perspective.
No.
And we are talking about this monster knight on f5. That's another purpose behind queen f8, that knight c8, knight d6 might just appear. And if we eliminate that knight, then one could argue that, wait a second, what kind of f5 monster are we talking about? It's a I would not rule out anything in this game. I think this is a 3-result game.
Yeah.
Very much.
I agree. All right.
Yeah,
Let's
can move on.
move on. Let's see. A game that we haven't looked at for a while. So we've seen Fabi, we've seen Nepomniachtchi, we've seen. Don't want to go. What about Niemann Movsesian?
Niemann Movsesian, that's an El Clasico. But before we go there, we have Vincent on our camera. Let's just quickly check out. Yeah, that's a strategic affair. Lot of maneuvering. That's the reason why we have neglected that game, because we feel like we could be talking all day about all the finesses that are featured in this game. Yeah, look at this. Both players managed to activate their queen out from the corner. Both activated the bishops on h2 and h7. The bishop on c7, bishop on c2. There is a lot of also knight f5 and knight f4 kind of thematic. And that knight on c5 is challenged by knight d7. I still stick to my kind of belief that this is a very high quality game and it's somewhere around equal. I'm even expecting kind of a draw in this game, which would be a bad result for both of them. I think that, especially for Vincent, knowing that he wants to fight for the top spots because he is probably irritated by Magnus running away with the tournament, grabbing those 25 points if he manages to win the tournament. So there is pressure on Vincent. And the position doesn't really give him the chance to play for more than just play the position.
Yeah, and we could get a repetition. Knight c5, queen f7, knight f5, knight d7.
Knight b3
knight
played.
b3, knight b6. And can they repeat? Is that ever reasonable?
Well, they are extreme fighters. So in this regard, I can't really imagine. But also it's double round, so maybe they also feel that, okay, if I'm unable to do something, then maybe playing a little faster game, have more time to recover, but they will already be giving up 1.5 points. Yeah, that means that even if they win all their games, which there is no guarantee, they can maximum reach 7.5 points. Yeah, it's a tough battle, but not the most exciting one, so we move on. And we talked about it. Let's check out Hans Niemann against Sergei Movsesian. I'm not sure that Hans Niemann knows who Sergei Movsesian is. Wow. A player who actually knocked me out of Las Vegas in 1999. At the moment when I just won the Dortmund Super Tournament, I entered top 10 in the world. By the way, there is some Queen D1 checkmate looming in the air, so be careful now. Bishop takes f3 is probably a threat. Let me pull the game up. Yeah, the last move was queen a4, queen d6. Do you remember, first day you asked me about Dark Horse, and just out of the blue I mentioned the name Sergei Movsesian. Yes. Because I know that he was never a theoretician. He was never into studying with the computer too deeply and so on, but he always had this tremendous kind of trickiness, creativity, posing problems to the opponent. Yeah, this kind of character traits were always there for Movsesian, and actually it goes hand in hand with freestyle.
Oh, it absolutely does. You know, this format, the freestyle format, is really the purest test of innate chess ability. How talented genuinely are you? Because everything about freestyle chess is understanding where pieces belong, right? It's having that innate feel. And that's why Magnus Carlsen, actually, still of all the players in the world, you would say, well, he might even be a bigger favorite in freestyle chess compared to classical chess, just because his intuition is his biggest weapon. Knowing where the pieces should kind of sit. But Movsesian is very much in that camp of, you know, just naturally gifted players. As you said, he's not a theoretician. He's not a hard worker when it comes to the computer. It's not like he spends 8 hours a day looking at chess, or at least he didn't. He doesn't now, that's for sure, because he doesn't just play, right? He must teach or do materials.
Yeah, he plays for Baden-Baden.
Yes.
Yeah, and he is also, I think, team captain of some teams. He might play some league, plays for teams. He's also father, of course. I wanted to highlight that there was a moment in his life when he was very serious about chess, when he moved to the Armenian national team, and he was teaming up with Levon Aronyan, and they were working very seriously. That was the area when he clearly established himself as a 2700 plus player, which just shows that if he has the discipline, if he works on openings, based on his chess talent and chess skills, he is very much a 2700 plus player.
Indeed.
So queen b4.
So here's a question for you. The first move that I want to play as black here. Now, Sergei Movsesian is giving the big grimace and the big sort of, I'm upset about things.
Well, because queen h2 is a move, right?
Exactly. Queen h2.
It's a typical Lawrence move, a gangster move.
Gangster.
Going after the g2 pawn and asking the question, sir, how are you planning to protect that pawn? It would be very natural for white to try to go for the initiative with rook e7 or something, setting up some rook takes b6 ideas. But I also have to watch out for back rank issues if that rook leaves. And look at Sergei's face. He is thinking about, wait a second, what happens after queen h2? But of course, he also knows that Hans is very tricky, always looking for counter chances, and he trades the queen, being professional, showing also some respect there. He simply wants to grind out the endgame.
But what was wrong with rook queen h2? Because I'm looking at rook e7, queen takes g2, and then rook takes c7 check. I was trying to make work.
Yes, at least then, but okay, there is the back rank issue. So
yeah, I know.
I think that there isn't any obvious reason, but maybe he felt like, okay, white can, no, knight e3 runs into bishop takes f3. I was also puzzled, but he just wants to rely on class. That's how I feel. We don't know what would have happened after queen h2. We're both kind of puzzled. But okay, the game reached the following endgame. Takes, bishop f7. The game has slowed down. Black is slightly better. Black is enjoying. This is those type of positions where you know exactly that you are playing for two results. By the way, white is also having some problems, and the move bishop f7 was extremely important because after the move rook e7, black can play the move rook d7, offering the trade of the rooks, and there is no more rook e8 check business. So if the bishop would have fallen back all the way to g8, then there could have been this issue in the long run. Very professional, and rook e7, rook d7, rook d7, king d7 doesn't necessarily help. We see the Everbar actually loves this for white, but there is this idea of going bishop c4, bishop f1. There are weaknesses here. There's also this idea of going a5, and if white's king is trying to get closer, then the a2 pawn will be also hanging, just to highlight what a monster bishop this is. With some very precise play, maybe white is able to hold, but also this is tricky. But knowing what happened here, just after queen d6, I was so much more worried for Hans. Honestly, after queen d6, queen b4 was a very important move. Ignoring the threat. Let's cheat for a second, just to check that actually after queen b4, queen h2, what would have happened? And the computer confirms that actually it could have been played, and it was a very strong move.
It's a bluff by Hans.
It's a bluff.
It's a bluff. It's a pure bluff. I would have played queen h2 as black. I would have said, you know what, Hans? Show me the money, sir. If you feel like you've got comp, show me how. What's wrong specifically with rook e7?
Well, rook e7 then... Okay, this bishop takes f3, we have already noticed in many others, but it's not the only move. Yeah, just kicking away the queen, for example, with a5.
Yeah, that's a good move.
That hurts as well.
That really hurts, that move.
So, kind of...
I'm very surprised he didn't go queen h2.
Yes.
Very surprised.
I think it's because of, Hans'
Too much respect.
Too
much respect for Hans.
Yeah, okay. So, any case, he will be enjoying. And why after rook e7, computer says that there is a better move than rook d7? Our computer just says bishop c4. Wow, that's also a typical Movsesian move. Would it be possible that he's trying to lure Hans into rook e7?
Never gonna happen. Never gonna happen.
Yeah,
Never.
This is so counterintuitive.
Never.
Bishop back to f7, inviting rook e7, bishop c4, and then some bishop f1, a5. Well, a5 is a big threat, winning the knight, because knight c2, rook d1, checkmate. Very funny. In any case...
He'll play rook d7 a tempo after rook e7.
You think so, yeah?
I mean, if he plays bishop c4, he's going to win the tournament.
Well, a little bit too many people are getting on that list, right? That
A few too many, yeah.
who can win thanks to some brilliances. But yeah, Hans is in trouble. This is a very unpleasant position, especially if he notices, actually if he is capable of understanding that rook e7 runs into bishop c4, then he's in a horror state, because a part of rook e7 I don't see a move. King c2 will be met by a5, and then this a2 pawn is hanging. Just to highlight with arrows, knight d3, bishop takes a2 seem to be possible, because after b3 we will have bishop takes b3 and the knight on d3 is loose. So all these kind of things are, maybe that's the reason why Mofsi actually set up this trick. But we can move on. This is now not the most dramatic positions. What do we get? Apparently we are getting a word that Alexei Sarana might be in some kind of a trouble. And we know that, we have seen that his position was very unpleasant. Is this not even real trouble? The good news for him that he is up on the clock. This should actually help him save the game. That's my feeling.
But this isn't the live position somehow.
It's not? Okay. Let me... this is it.
Yes.
Oof. And now already Pultinavicius has 14.5 minutes. It's an end game. The pawn on g6 is falling because it's black to move. This should be a technical win.
Yeah, you just win g3.
And you have a good bishop. It's not like a good knight versus a bad bishop and the opponent is pawn up. No, it's good bishop and pawn up. So in fact, we are talking about a technically winning position. Actually, how do we put up resistance after bishop g3? 92, is that possible? Maybe
No,
92. And then rook takes
Rook
g3.
f2.
Okay,
sorry. I'm dropping g6.
No, maybe I can play the move 92.
Bishop h2.
Bishop h2
Is
hiding.
too much. King d1, right?
Then king d1, yes. I'm suddenly in the game.
Yeah, I know. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, so, okay, this explains why Black is, Paulius is thinking, because he also has the option of taking with the rook, keeping an eye on the d4 knight, just in case also having the bishop e3 threat. And I believe that if we see an endgame like this, rook g3, rook take g3, bishop g3, knight e2, this is an elemental win, it's just a matter of time. But you bring the king to f6, you push the pawn to g5, and it's not that kind of a blockade and fortress like yesterday, Christopher, you managed to escape against Andrei Yesipenko. It's a completely different situation. But according to computers, there is even something stronger. Very funny. What can be more stronger than capturing the pawn? Surprise.
Yeah, this one is a bit tricky, right?
Wow, wait a second. Is it bishop e3 check, king b1, c5, and then c4, and I'm going to checkmate you on c1? It's not about winning the g3 pawn. Could this be the move? For example, I don't know if, I want to give the check.
Yeah.
King b1, let me highlight. Maybe computer will disagree. But the knight jumps somewhere. And then we go c4, and we are trying to set up rook g1. But there will be b3. It's not checkmate. And if it's not checkmate, then it's ridiculous because we did not take the pawn. Okay, I got excited, and it's one of the tricks, when you see the evil bar saying that there is something very big, then you think about not just collecting the pawn, but think about some craziness, and we don't need the craziness. We just need good moves.
You don't need craziness, ladies and gentlemen. You just need good moves. That is never a more saner phrase said. And I agree, of course, wholeheartedly.
Yes, okay, but this is not the most exciting position.
No.
It's clear that Black is having a wonderful chance. He will pick up the pawn. He takes with the bishop, the most natural. It was also the move that we looked for the first time. Knight e2 will be blitzed out. Knight e2, the bishop probably falls back to f2. I'm expecting, and then what? Actually, because white gets king d2, rook h7, white gets a little bit active. And black king can, of course, hide on b6. But, for example, rook h7, king b6 kind of structure is not so nice because I can't really move the king due to the weaknesses. What is black opting for? But what a hero Putinavicius would be if he wins this game and then he faces Magnus Carlsen. But I think the rest of the field, with all due respect to Putinavicius, will go crazy. Fabi, Niepo, all the big guns, yeah, they want to... Somebody has to stop Magnus, but it's hard to see Paulisius being able to do that. But we never know. He crushed Sindarov yesterday. He might beat Sarana. He's in incredible form. He's fresh. He came from the Grenke Open, burning from the desire to play freestyle chess. And one thing I wanted to add to this wonderful voting system, yeah, that what I really love in this tournament, that freestyle chess and classical chess goes hand in hand. There are all kinds of happy faces trying this one, whoever wants to try it out, whoever doesn't but gets a chance to look at it, experience it himself, he might later on think like, wow, this is also something for me, I want to try it out. My friends told me that it was a lot of fun, because I felt like when at the first time freestyle appeared, then people felt like this is some kind of a challenge against classical chess, and many of the classical chess players, hobby chess players from club players, I felt like they closed in, that no, I'm a classical chess player, I have studied some books, I have my openings, I want to rely on them. What is this craziness? This is something only for the elite. And I think that this tournament, this fantastic Grenke Chess Festival, it was such an incredible idea. And I do remember in Weissenhaus doing the commentary with Judith, when the idea that and the announcement came that there will be Grenke tournament with the freestyle together, I had goosebumps. I really felt like this is it. This is how freestyle has to be presented. It should be presented, not forced on anyone, and it takes on. Yeah, there are so many people already loving. I met one of my childhood friends from Dortmund from '91. I lived in his place with his parents, and he's a 1600 player. He gave up on chess. He's a truck driver. And now he all the way to Grenke Classic. He's playing and he's all smiles that this is fantastic. I don't need theory. And he's smiling and happy. Yeah, these are the stories that we really love to hear. It's fantastic. But yeah, we should move on. Let's check out on Magnus's game. Where is Magnus? Did we praise him too much? Let me get the update. Not too much have happened, but at least White is holding on, but still, as long as he's unable to play the move f4 because of queen h6, picking up that pawn, I'm still skeptical, but clearly Liang's position improved, and Magnus down to 30 minutes against 11. We talked about this, intuitively feel like whenever the clock ticks down, Magnus Carlsen is enjoying the situation. We know he's fantastic, but we are talking about a very young player. Avander Liang, and he's fighting back. There might be some psychological hope for him to survive this. He just played the move bishop c2. Any thoughts on all these developments, Lawrence?
So what do you do if you just go direct? Rook d5.
Rook d5.
Just saying...
Hitting the pawn.
Yeah. I want to take a pawn.
And inviting f4 and then queen h6. Thank you very much. The pawn is lost. The game is lost.
Correct.
Okay, well, actually probably Magnus has set up exactly everything for this, because bishop f7, h4, rook d8 check, king c1, knight c4 appeared. It looks like a little bit of an empty move that Magnus played knight c4 exactly at the moment when the b2 pawn is already protected, but he probably sensed that white is so tied down that he cannot do anything. And after bishop c2, then rook d5 is a very important question.
Why not?
Why not rook d5?
Or as the French say, pourquoi pas?
You speak French?
Not really.
It would have been a surprise, but you never know.
My Hungarian is very good now.
Really, yeah?
No.
No, of course. That would be an even bigger. So because I know that in Germany people are learning French in school. In the
They are,
UK, is
yeah,
this
French and Spanish normally.
French and
Yeah, a
Spanish,
bit
yeah?
of German, yeah.
Okay.
Nobody learns Hungarian. Nobody.
And I understand why. It's one of the toughest languages,
It is,
and
yeah.
it brings you no benefit whatsoever. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you are able to speak Hungarian in Hungary, then you are the best friend of everyone immediately. So it does make sense.
Do you know any foreign people that speak fluent Hungarian, like an English person or a Spanish person?
Well, I think Peter Wells spoke quite well.
Really?
Yes, in
Okay.
95, 96 when he
Okay.
was there. And Alex Scherzer spoke fluently.
Alex who?
Brilliantly. Alex Scherzer. He passed away, the American Grandmaster. He was staying with the Polgars back then,
Right, yeah.
in the beginning of 90s. And he spoke excellent Hungarian.
But any modern day foreign person that speaks Hungarian?
Chess player?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, my wife speaks actually not
Doesn't
very
count.
well, doesn't count, I understand.
She's not a chess player as well.
Yes, she is not well. Arshak, my father-in-law, is suffering, of course, with it. Yeah.
Gregorians.
Grigorens is living in Szeged, but I don't think that his Hungarian is so impressive.
Okay.
No, he's a fantastic person, a very nice person, a very good friend. But
I say this, and we'll of course it's nice to talk about it. You know, there are so many chess players are so talented. They speak so many languages. You know, the classic ones being Russian people speaking English, or I think of people that can speak Russian, the likes of Lautier and so on, that who speak fluent. But Hungarian, I don't know. So here's a question for the guys in chat. Which chess player that is not Hungarian speaks good Hungarian? And you'll be able to do some research. Just curious. Okay.
Or maybe don't waste your time. Yeah, focus
No,
on chess.
waste your time. What else are you doing? You're watching a bit of chess, having a coffee. You can do it. There's a beautiful thing you can do it.
But you think it is easy to find the answer to this
Yeah,
question?
I think there's going to be somebody that speaks Hungarian
Wow.
that we just don't know, because we know the classic ones, Russian, and maybe we know some. Maybe somebody who speaks Mandarin as well. Probably there is somebody from a Western background who can speak Mandarin or Cantonese, but I want to know Hungarian. Okay, apparently Hans Niemann. Let's go straight there to Hans.
He's in trouble, yeah?
But apparently Hans Niemann...
Against Mofsi. Well, this endgame we have seen. Let me update with the latest developments.
Let's see how things have progressed, because we were
Well,
loving...
we remember that with bishop f7 there was this trap. Wow, and just two moves, bishop f7, b3, rook d2, rook f1 on the board, and look at this, some a5, a4. Moves are seemingly crushing. Crushing, no?
Yeah, a5.
a5. The knight has to move to c2, then a4.
And if you take... there's
Then bishop
F1.
c4.
Bishop c4, I mean.
Yeah, if b takes, then bishop c4. If king c1, then bishop
Bishop
f4.
F4.
And then all kind of bishop e3 is met by rook takes c2 check. I don't know. This is a horror.
You might have to play knight a1 here.
Well, Mofsi will make a move. He's about to make a move. Apparently, the computer even thinks that it's kind of borderline lost. He plays bishop e5, shadows the bishop into the center. How is white protecting the c3 pawn? I think he has just played the move bishop e5.
This looks very, very tough. This looks very, very tough.
Hitting the pawn on c3. Mofsi, my dark horse.
He's a dark horse.
He caused me so much pain already, and he's such a nice guy and a good friend.
Well, so
Unbelievable.
Bishop e5. I mean, bishop e5 has to be good as well, right?
Yeah, it targets the pawn on. If he already overruled a5 in favor of bishop e5, it means that he's super happy with this choice.
Looks devastating. I mean, what do you do here as white?
Yeah, the knight on b4 has nowhere to go. The pair of bishops, the rook on d2.
And after c4, just keeping hold of the pawn, I've got a beautiful idea. You ready?
Wow.
You're going to love this.
Do this. You just take or what?
No.
No? You can...
G5.
Oof.
It's
G5.
probably bad.
And then AG, and you want
F4.
F4 and bishop G6 checkmating ideas.
I don't know if there is checkmate, but it's not even mate, right? Because king c1, you have to put the rook on e2, and then there's rook e1, and I'm blue.
No, basically when you are
You don't
technically
have to do
winning,
it.
you don't. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
don't
shouldn't
have to do it. You don't have
be rushing. One of the things that you can do is just to pick up a pawn with bishop c4, bc, rook b2 check, and then the pawns are vulnerable. But white has c5 move, so unless I know that I'm winning for sure, I'm not 100. So
You
after
can go bishop
c5,
d4 here.
yeah, there is just no coordination. Everything falls apart. Bishop d4 and
h4, c5.
and then there will be rook c4 or rook h4, and the pawn is falling. So wow, bishop e5 on the board.
Crushing.
Hans Niemann in a lot of trouble.
Hans Niemann. Hans. He's going to need Vlad to be in good spirits today if he loses this first round, because this will be a big blow for
Exactly.
Hans.
Then he's out of contention.
He's out of contention.
Yes.
I don't see a way he saves this position.
I don't see a move.
I see no moves.
And there is no activity, yeah, because sometimes it's a bad position, but we feel that practically this is very far from over and like this. But in fact, practically this looks worse than the evaluation, because we just don't see a move.
Yep. All right, Hans Niemann. I look. He's Movsesian. He's got 11 minutes. It's more than enough time. It's bad.
Yes, 30 seconds increment.
I actually think he's going to play the move bishop d4, just so.
But it loses 2 pawns, yeah?
Oh
then
no.
takes, look d4, the same motive, yeah? H4 pawn is hanging. Well, we
no.
also see that Wesley So is winning, so Wesley is mounting a comeback. Of course, he still needs to win many more games because he already dropped 1.5 points, I believe. But okay, that's the right direction. We should be moving on because it hurts looking at this position from White's perspective.
So let's get that overview of the boards again. So look at this beautiful panel of games, and well, Jan Nepomniachtchi has made huge progress. He's gonna win that game against David Anton. Fabi just doing Fabi stuff, just slowly chipping away. Looks fantastic. Magnus, by the way, did play rook d5. We'll have a look at that in a minute. And as for everybody else, looks as though we've got parity pretty much in most of the other positions. So
yeah, Vincent against Aryan, it's equal, but it's a double-edged equality. Yeah? At the moment, it seems like Black has some initiative because Black is putting pressure on the g3 pawn. That bishop on h2 doesn't make a good impression, but White is solid, and in the long run, he has the pair of bishops. So it's not over yet. And the game that we saw, and we were kind of surprised that this sudden Apultinavicius, that suddenly White kind of stabilized, and I agree with Computer's assessment that this is now very far from being a win for Black.
yes. Bardor's game is one we haven't looked at in a while, but
and look at the pawn structure. Actually, it's a very funny pawn structure there in Bardor's case. Typical Bardor. He always plays a structure. He plays something, and we talked about it. Very important to do. Play according your feelings, and so that you can identify yourself with the position. And this is what I'm getting. Look at the pawn structure.
this is very interesting, and I hate to pass over Bardor, but breaking news.
Wow.
I have breaking news. Jan Nepomniachtchi apparently has just made a major blunder on move 40.
Wow, we have to go there.
We have to go there.
Move 40 is not the time trouble move. There is no... Wow, what? Now he's stepping into rook takes a5, so he will have to come back with a knight to c4.
Let's just quickly go to the previous position, because one move earlier on bishop b. So around here, it was saying it's completely winning, and he plays the logical queen a7, trying to set up some sort of discovery.
Queen d7, knight d5, exactly. There is a pin here, and look at this. Jan is becoming extremely nervous. What is happening? So the move queen a7, queen d2 on the board. The move knight c4 runs into what exactly? Look at the Nepo is so incredibly angry with
But
himself.
I don't see it.
Well, maybe just queen d4. Maybe just queen d4, and then what do? Knight c4, queen d4.
You're threatening rook takes c4.
And I'm threatening, and there is also,
You can lose.
you can easily lose. The black king is suddenly safe.
Oh, wow.
Wait a second, after queen d2, what is the move for white at all?
And you can see Nepo. I don't know if there. Let's get the full screen. He's talking to himself. He's giving himself a telling off. He's saying, "What am I doing here? What is this move?" And look, you can. He's shrugging.
What have I done? But look at this. What happened? What we are talking about. David Anton down to 37 seconds. It means that his last move was played with 7 seconds on the clock. Queen to d2. But you can never play on your opponent's clock. Jan had more than 35 minutes.
Unbelievable.
Why to rush?
Yeah, and if king a4, just queen d4 check and repeat. And he can't believe it. And he's giving himself the monologue. He's giving himself the monologue. He said, "This is just neverayatna." He's saying, "It's neverayatna."
I think he said much worse things.
Yeah, probably.
But okay,
can't believe
I don't
it.
want to mention it in camera. I think I could
course.
read on his lips. And I speak Russian.
Yeah.
At least I speak this language. So, wow, queen d2, cannot believe. And it's such a big game. Because
It's huge.
winning or a draw, that's life-changing kind of. Jan also needs to qualify for Las Vegas.
Of course.
He needs to qualify with 5 out of 6 and carrying on the momentum, playing this brilliant game with f4, queen f3 and all the brilliances afterwards, and then just pause it like this by rushing. It's crazy.
So what happens after a6?
Wow, after a6 I'm really worried that something bad happens.
Just g3 or what?
Because where is this pawn running? And there always will be this rook a5 check. Okay, if you want, I can put the pawn, but I'm really worried that this is not a winning attempt. It's more like a losing one.
Yeah, like rook a5, knight a4.
Yeah, rook a5, knight a4, at least some stability, but nothing moves, and there is queen d6 check picking up the a6
my
pawn whenever I want. Yeah, I'm not even sure if I'm in a rush to collect this pawn. Wait a second.
Goodness.
Is Nepo having a safety net? He should.
And yeah, I mean, and if you look at the chart, the draw, the odds of a draw, meaning that probably there's some perpetual, has gone the neural network is basically saying there's like 10% either way for a win, and the likelihood is a draw. So it looks as though Nepo maybe even has to find a perpetual.
Yeah, because okay, knight c4 is very solid move. After knight c4, white can never lose, but after queen d4, it looks very much like, and queen d4 is also a thematic move.
Yeah, you have
it's
to
the
play
only
it.
move.
There's no other move here.
And probably you should mention to our audience, because we know that David Anton is used to time travel. He's in every single game in a situation like this. So playing on seconds, even in one of the most craziest, wildest positions, it's not any news for him, because it's his style also to always play these fighting positions, and he's always in time trouble.
Unbelievable.
Queen d4 played.
I actually think he's gonna. I actually think he's gonna find a way to just give up these two pieces for the rook. So, for example,
Queen b7. Yeah.
or queen a6 here.
Queen a6, g3.
Yeah, and we can't take on h6.
Maybe, but is this position real about pawns? It's more like getting.
No, I want some checks.
Exactly.
I'm not worried about the pawns.
Absolutely, yeah. This is actually queen a6 is a clever kind of move. Also in time trouble, you are inviting your opponent to burn time, because if the checks are coming, it will be so difficult to navigate.
But he's sick.
Wow.
Wow, and we got some
A storm is coming.
stormy.
Just when we thought like we'll have a wonderful weekend, the sun is shining, but apparently a storm is coming. The studio almost got blown away. But we are still here.
We are still here, absolutely. Absolutely, we are still here kicking, and well, Jan Nepomniachtchi will be sick to his stomach if he doesn't win this game.
And look at Caruana is winning already. We know that the position was very good, and if computer also gives the confirmation, then it's kind of clear. And this is how Nyepo was also trying to cruise, right? Just nicely getting closer, 5 out of 6, striking distance, carrying the momentum of winning many games and playing good chess. Because to be honest, Fabi's loss was kind of shocking, but before he showed some weak moments. Yeah, first round and second round were very shaky, but probably now he has already settled. And he is, and look at this.
He can't believe it. He just cannot believe it. Jan Nepomniachtchi is just, he's sick to his stomach. It's such a critical game. You get back in the mix, you freestyle points, you ticket to Vegas, all one bad move and your dreams can collapse. And Jan Nepomniachtchi is just, he's in that state of being disgusted with himself, that having 35 minutes extra, that's the worst thing. It's not as if he had 10 seconds. He had 35 minutes and he rushed, and he completely missed this queen d2 move, and all of a sudden David Anton objectively is doing fine. There's nothing to say because the position is just out of control. And this is sort of position where if you get really stubborn and you get really angry, you can
lose it. Yes.
And then you just, losing this position
completely ruin the tournament.
I mean, you just can't even play again because you're just so disgusted with yourself. You can't give maximum effort the next game. He'll be a whole.
Then 2 points away.
2 points away, and tournament is done with 3 rounds to go. Absolutely shocking stuff by Jan Nepomniachtchi. Of course, brilliant player, of course. Perfect for this format. But still,
Yeah, he entered Paris. It was the first leg of the Grand Slam. He got a wild card, and together with Magnus, they just crushed the round robin, the rapid round robin. They made a stunning 8.5 out of 11 in that field.
Yeah.
And he made a move knight b6, but this is settling on a draw after queen d2.
He might be settling on a draw because he also feels the danger here that actually he can lose this position.
He can lose it.
He can lose this position. Is there a better move than knight c4?
But yeah, I still can't believe it's not his character to give up, of not trying. He maybe tested David Anton, and here we see Fabiano probably has won his game already. Kartikan resigns.
Big win for Fabi.
Huge
win for Fabi.
Yes.
Because it could be that if he manages to grind up, it's Fabi versus Magnus in round 8 or round 9 for the title.
Of course, everybody wants to see this.
Of course.
Absolutely. The same applies to Jan Nyepo, because we know exactly that these top guns, they already have also the experience. I just feel like playing against Magnus Carlsen is so tough if you are not used to this enormous level, especially in freestyle, that just one small little misjudgment in the opening will cause you the game. By the way, let's maybe just very quickly check out, is Liang fighting back against Magnus Carlsen? Timetable is approaching. 6 minutes for Liang and 4 minutes 40 seconds for Magnus.
We'll go there and we'll keep an eye on that. Let's just wait 1 second. We'll give Jan, because if he goes knight c4, I think we pretty much have. This is exactly the moment in chess where you can completely lose your head and you do something completely crazy and you lose the entire game. It's very possible.
Maybe we can actually set up the bird's eye view, then we are keeping an eye on everything.
Let's do that.
Yes. So,
wow.
Well, but things have slowed down in Magnus's game. It's a technical game, but it's a pawn up. And we know exactly that normally Magnus believes that, yes, I'm going to grind this out. It might take time. What about the second board? The game completely out of control. Max Todlu is doing the Max Todlu business. Look at this, it's a complete craziness. The king on d2 is feeling insecure. Lot to play for, and time trouble is coming, that will be crazy. Saran, I think, will hold this position. That lovely rook on f7 will help him. No problem. Jobava, blue bomb, this is a very solid position. It will be a draw. And what about Vincent against Aryan Chopra? Chopra goes c5. It's ambitious move, but computer hates it for some reason. Forget about the evaluation 0.76. It's only 0.76 if Vincent finds the computer continuation or the idea, because c6, c5 was played by black, and maybe black is thinking like, this is the way I'm gonna make progress, and the time trouble is coming. So I would not rely on the evaluation there. Fabi has one very important win by him. Nyepo is still thinking after the move queen d2. Rasmus against Dominguez. Well, two classy players, very solid players. Draw is a very kind of expected result. The position also.
If you said to me, if there's one game you could bet on that will be a draw this round in the top 10 boards, Svano Dominguez,
absolutely
all in.
Yes, all in. Absolutely all in. Yes. If Lanier would be white, it would be a little bit different.
Yes.
But Rasmus against Lanier, draw is like. And what about Mofsi against Niemann? Rook is on e2.
No, it's still hopeless for Niemann, right?
Well, at least he avoided some immediate disaster.
How has he still got? He hasn't lost any material yet.
But he can't move.
Shocking.
But look at, nothing moves. Actually, nothing moves. That's the problem. Nothing moves.
Nothing moves. He's in apps and
a total box.
He can play bishop e1.
Yeah, but okay. Even after bishop e1, nothing moves. There is also this a3 check, then king b1 is only move. Oof, okay, horror scenario. And what about Erdogmus Yuanji? It's a very solid maneuvering game. Black is putting some pressure. Clearly, black is putting some pressure, but it's still very far from clarity. And there we see Jan completely destroyed.
Yeah, he feels sick, does Jan Nepomniachtchi. Sick as a goat. Is that a phrase?
I don't know.
It's not. I made it up.
Knight c4 played.
Yeah, knight c4, queen d4, and it's repetition time. It's just whether he wants to repeat one more time here. I think he's going to go queen a6.
He will try something.
Yeah, I think he's going to go queen a6 here.
I think he believes that he has a perpetual check in hand and he will play. But on the other hand, yeah, I don't know. I don't believe that he can pose any problems. So what else? Where should we jump? We talked about this Mendonca Max Todlu game. That's very wild, and it's the second board. Maybe that's a good game to go to. Also to check, and Mendonca down to 1 minute 28 seconds. Parham 3 minutes 20. How do you navigate this craziness in time trouble? I would say that even if you have half an hour, it's kind of almost impossible to keep it under control, because this is a crazy pressure, and Parham just made a move.
I think he just castled.
Don't tell me short castles.
Yes.
And it is on the board, setting up rook d8 knight e5 idea. And we love it, computer hates it. What on earth is happening here?
I love it. Looks like a good move to me.
Well, it seems that it did not shock Mendonca, because he's about to make a move. He's down to 56 seconds. And the draw agreed in Rasmus Lanier Dominguez. The all-in game, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Of course.
Yeah, I mean, I would bet your house...
Everything.
The producers, everything.
Yes.
That game has got draw. That game was born to be a draw. All right.
Mendonca made a move. We are not getting the move yet. Or his clock is ticking. He did not move yet.
What a tough position to play on.
Very difficult. Where do you run with your king? Are you also going towards the king side? King e2, king f2, but pawn on h2 is hanging as well.
No, you can't.
This isn't a safe kind of
No, he made a move.
He made a move, yes. That's what drives me crazy. So maybe we should zoom in, that at least we can maybe see the move. What did he play? King c1, yes, okay. Thank you very much. Lovely. Now we know at least that the move is king c1. In this case we can focus, we can follow, because I think this is the main action right now. Whoever wins will face Magnus Carlsen. Probably, because many of the other games are drawish after Sadhana is about to save that game.
Magsudlu Carlsen would be a nice game for the afternoon.
That would be amazing.
That would be a nice game, yeah.
But it would mean that Mendonca is losing, and we are not wishing a loss to any of the players.
Of course.
Mendonca has played brilliant chess so far. He has proven himself. B takes a5 on the board.
You know, I've just realized looking at Parham, he looks like a young Che Guevara. Not Che Guevara, Fidel Castro. He looks a bit like Fidel Castro, doesn't he?
A bit, yes.
I'm not saying he is Fidel Castro, just before chat starts to misquote me and so on. But if you look at some young Fidel Castro pictures, he's not far off. If you gave him a military outfit, he could pass.
I'm not trying to... Yeah, after b takes a5, Mendonca did not capture back on a5, but we have to zoom in. What did he play? Because for some reason the transmission has collapsed. Some e5 move.
Yeah, this is a shame we don't have the moves coming in.
I think we have to zoom in full. Yes, e5, f takes e5 on the board. Nerves.
Queen g4?
Queen g4, getting access to the g5 pawn.
Yeah.
What a game it is. What a game it is. Now at least we know that this is the current position. We can try to follow 1 minute 28 versus 2 minutes 42 seconds. Try to play this position. And now it feels like White's king is safer on c1. It's hiding behind this lovely knight, the best friend of the king, guarding, and White is getting to the black king. Was this the reason why computer was worried? And we are getting the update. Excellent, very nice. Let me also then update our board. Oh, good. We are saved, we are rescued.
Oh!
And Magnus Carlsen has won his game. No surprise there. This was a hopeless battle from move 7 for Liang Gavander. He pays a heavy price for capturing with a c-pawn on d4 and no way back against Magnus. Here we have, however, bishop takes d3 played by Parham. Magnus Carlsen, 6 out of 6.
Do you think he's going to be happy with his score so far? Satisfied?
I think he can live with it.
He can live with it, right?
He can live with it, yes. Rook takes d3. He will check out the game, I believe, because this is such a fascinating game. Rook takes d3 on the board. Mendonca is gaining the 30 seconds with his last 3 moves. e5, queen g4, rook takes d3 was blitzed out. He's almost not even behind on the clock. Just a couple of seconds difference. And look at this. I told you, Magnus will come and check this out because this is the game of the moment. Something happened because White already captured on g5. Yeah, knight f6. Knight f6, queen take g5, rook g7. Classy defense by Parham.
Yeah.
Incredible defense.
I would still take black here all day long, by the way.
Yeah, now he stabilized.
Yes.
Now he stabilized. Yeah, knight f6 was such an important move.
And on queen takes e5, which looks very dangerous, I would probably play something like queen d7.
Even keeping the queens, yeah?
Just keep the queens. You allow queen takes a5?
To show that actually with this construction and then the knight landing on d5, you have perfect domination. Yes, I get you. I see your point. Mendonca in a lot of trouble. It just looked like he's creating chances. Black's king is in a danger, but Parham with knight f6, rook g7. This is very much a Parham type of fight. Yeah, this craziness out of control. You don't know what's happening. Yeah, he will take on e5. Very natural.
Yeah, and now I expect Parham not to trade queens here. think trading queens is a big mistake.
Yeah, then you open up the bishop on e3, you are getting into pins and setting up, also knowing that Mendonca is down to 40 seconds on the clock. Let me play the move, queen e5. Oops, what is happening? Yeah, so queen e5 is not yet, but queen takes e5 has been played, so our analysis board is right now the live position. We do see a smile, which means that David Anton is happy that he survived. That was a threefold repetition, a claim there. Nyapo completely devastated.
It's going to be checked, apparently.
It's going to be checked. But okay, I'm pretty sure that it had to be threefold, otherwise you just don't claim. Queen takes e5, and look at this. Nyapo is shaking his head in disbelief. What have I done? But all eyes on Mendonca against Parham Makhlouf. What a game this is. What a fight this is. Leon-Luc Mendonca, the sensation of the tournament, beating Jan Nepomniachtchi, beating Richard Rapport, and having this incredible fight against Parham Makhlouf. And Parham takes rook, take g2.
Very surprising.
Wow, but okay, trading queens like this by making sure that White's bishop is locked, and there is the d5 square makes sense as well. It's a nerve-wracking situation. 120 versus 120. Rook g2 on the board. Let me update the position like this. The analysis board, ladies and gentlemen, is the current live action. Yeah, rook takes g2, there you go. And we see Jan throwing the score sheet. He is so upset. David Anton will be, of course, super happy. We can feel with Nyapo. What a brilliant game he played. Unbelievable.
Sick to his stomach. He can't even stand being in the playing hall. He's running out of there. I've had that happen to me, where I couldn't bear being near a chessboard. I had to just run away.
He did not even take his score sheet.
He's just too sick to his stomach that he blew that one, because he's blown chances for the tournament. And here we go. Ooh, ba5.
White took b takes a5. What a nerves of steel. If this is the right move, I cannot believe. Honestly, I cannot believe. But with so little time on the clock, with all the nerves, I can't blame the players for any mistakes. It's just the natural cause of the situation.
Apparently this move loses straight up. What is the knockout blow here?
Well, it feels very, very shaky. Parham, what about your move? Just the queen d7, keeping the queens on the board, and then setting the knight to d5. Somewhere some queen h7. I mean, the queen can even land from there. It's a horror show. By the way, also the white queen doesn't really have squares. Only, wow, I think this was a draw.
Draw, that's expected.
Yeah, that's a draw. And Hans is fighting back against Movsi. Look at this. It's only 0.28 according to computer.
No.
How? Wow. Yeah, we will come back to it.
Was crushing.
Yeah, we will come back to it. But right now, all eyes, I think, still on this Mendonca game, because whoever wins this, time scramble will face off against Magnus Carlsen on the first board in the very next round. 23 seconds for Mendonca, 50. No, actually, 23 seconds can't be. The clock is wrong, because if you make your move, then you have to jump back over 30 seconds. It's just crazy. It's out of control. There is so much tension, so much heat that the technology cannot keep up with. Yeah, there is a soul also in technology. Just too much. Parham, how will he play? He played.
Queen
did he play
D5.
Queen D5? I think.
Yeah, he did.
I think that's the move he played, and it feels like a stunner. It feels like very strong move, threatening to invade with Queen A2. And if Queen takes D5, Knight takes D5 happens, then the bishop is hit. the bishop is eyeing the h2 pawn, and if the bishop moves, then black's rook enters on e3. It might be a knockout punch. What a silent killer. Queen takes d5 played.
By the way, c takes d5 is not insane.
Not insane, but I think that knight d5 is stronger.
Yeah.
I
Of course,
prefer
it's a
knight
natural
d5.
move.
Because we are opening up everything. We get that monster knight. We are dominating the knight on c2, dominating the whole position on the board. Queen d5, knight d5. And look at the evil bar. Seemingly, material is equal at the moment, but white is just completely lost. Tied down.
Yeah, it looks bad.
Yeah, looks bad. And look at the graphics. Stockfish evaluation chart tells it all. What a roller coaster ride it was. And the bishop
H6,
move, bishop
but now
h6.
rook ff2 at tempo.
Well, it runs into rook e8 check, but probably we
But
can
king
ignore
h7.
it. Exactly. We can just ignore it.
And we win.
And black wins, yes.
Knight e1, rook g1. No, knight e1.
Well, actually tricky, yeah, because king h6, knight g2, there is no bishop f4 check.
Exactly.
Intermezzo. So there is still some more tricky. Yeah, rook ff2 played. Clearly, this should be winning, but Parham has to calculate.
He will do this. He'll give the check and put the knight on e1. This is the classic way to...
This is the only way, yeah, to fight. But after rook e8, even king f7 is possible. And then rook f8 check, king g6, rook f2, and complete domination. h2 pawn is falling, h pawn is queening. Luke played the
What
move.
did he do?
With last second on the clock, he played the move knight e3. Trying to... Well, already clock. Let's try to read the clock. 31? Is it 31? Did he play with a second on the clock?
I think so. Yes.
Yes, exactly. It felt like out of panic he's thrown the knight to e3. Survived the clock, but the position is...
But hold on. But it's not... the next move here, it doesn't appear clear to me.
Well, but wait a second. Well, the rook on g2 is hanging, so yeah, black has to react. Bishop f4. What a move by Parham.
Oh, wow.
What a move.
Wow.
A knockout blow. Is it? Is it a knockout blow? Bishop takes f4. At least white traded off the bad bishop, so unless black is on the spot, it's a good news for white. Knight takes f4.
Rook a3, I guess, or b3, sorry.
Hitting the rook. There is no time to pick up the rook on g2 because of knight takes d3. Check, forking everything. So the rook has to move.
He'll put it on b3, surely.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense to put it on b3. The knight on e3 covers the c2 square. Yeah, on the board. I think that's a rook b3. Rook takes h2. Black is collecting the pawn.
Importantly, knight g4, there's rook c2 check, king b1, and then the other rook to d2. So you don't...
Yeah, the fork doesn't do much. Also, you might have the move rook e2, but yeah, rook c2 check as well. There are many possibilities, so we don't worry about the fork. How can white get some activity? That knight on f4 is, of course, a beast, a monster. It ties down the white rook on b3, so white cannot get active. White just can't get active. And now the clocks are back to normal. I think 15 seconds for Mendonca. 10 seconds. Knight g4 on the board. He had to play the move Lorenz suggested. Trying to open up the e-file. Will we see the move rook e2? Or rook c2 check? I just feel like if rook c2 check, king b1, there is no knockout, then I'm not sure if I want to. But there is knight d5, knight c3 check. Very tempting. But the rook on h2 is still hanging. Maybe rook e2 is a but rook e2, rook f1. You
I
sidestep
think you
like
go rook
this,
c2 check,
Yes.
king b1, rook h d2.
just like this. Yeah, you
Yeah.
stick to your original. Yeah, I remember that. This is what you were saying.
Because then, you know,
But wait a second, then I go rook b7. Excuse me. Excuse me, I'm setting knight f6, rook e8, all kinds of mates. Be careful.
oh my goodness.
It's not only about white's
Oh
king.
my goodness.
It's crazy, and we're done to 26 seconds. Also, Parham needs to navigate. This is not, and look at this. Mendonca feels that, wait a second, after the trade of the bishops, I got active. Rook c2 check played.
No reason at all to spend. Why are you spending 5 seconds here? There's only one move. King d1, rook g2 is mate. So this is unacceptable to spend 10 seconds here. Rook b2 was played.
Rook b2 was
Not
played.
rook
Oh
c2
my
check.
God. Rook b2 was played.
This is brilliant. This is a brilliance.
Amazing move.
Missed
Rook
it.
b2. The computer did not update. Rook b2. What a move.
Rook f3.
Rook f3.
But this looks losing now. Rook a2, for example.
Rook a2. Rook a2, king b1. No, the rook on h2 is hanging. Don't fall for the same
Oh my goodness.
trap like what I have. But rook hc2 check. Gets out of it. Ah, no, this is over. Now rook d2 check. And then rook a2. Okay, king b1 still. But now Parham is very happy. He's first of all collecting all the 30 seconds. And knight e2 check. Knight e2 and it's game over.
Yeah.
Knight e2.
Yeah. Wow.
Rook b2, what a stunning
Wow.
move. What a stunner, rook b2. We hadn't seen it coming at all, and there is the handshake.
Oh my goodness.
Heartbreak for Mendonca, but what an incredible move. Rook b2 with few seconds on the clock. These are the moves that completely destroy your opponent. Rook b2.
Unbelievable. Parham Magsudlu. Is he going to be the unsung hero of this tournament? Well underrated, by the way, at 26.84. I mean, he was playing at 27.30.
Well, he was 27.40 at some
40,
point. He was
yeah.
fighting for a rating spot. I remember
Absolutely.
that going to the Chennai Masters 2023, he was fighting for the rating spot. By the way, he's, I think, now over 2,700 after winning Reykjavik Open just a week ago.
That's right.
Yeah.
So he's back in business. Parham Magsudlu finding some form. Great. We all love to see it. A proper talent. And with that win, Parham will most likely, and the colours work perfectly, be white against Magnus Carlsen. Oh no, sorry, Magnus was black.
Yeah, both were black. But
No, sorry.
let's take the bird's eye view to see
Yeah.
that what's happening. Yeah, we have the results. Jobava, Bluebaum, a draw. And Sadna Pultinevich, we are expecting a draw there.
Yes.
So, in fact, but this is good news that Carlsen will be white because always the high-rated player changes the color.
That's true.
So he gets the opponent.
Yeah. But Hans Niemann drew. How did he draw that game? How did Movsi not win that game? I would have.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
crazy,
it's-
completely insane.
I don't understand how he
Just
didn't-
like Nyepo did not win his game, and also Niemann not losing this. Actually, it was
How?
not him not losing. It was simply that. But okay, let's first go to live action. Vincent on the camera playing against Aryan Chopra.
Oh my
He
God.
did stabilize, and the position opened up. He has the pair of bishops. 26 seconds versus 1 minute. But still, the position is locked. The pawn on f5 will probably fall, so black is very solid. And Vincent knows that he needs to win this game. He needs to win, otherwise the other players are running away with it. And that's why we saw the very furious Jan Nepomniachtchi, because he knows it, that this actually might have cost him $250,000. Potentially, because we know that
course.
if Jan gets to Las Vegas, he believes that he can win the event.
Of course.
It's crazy. Just give me another chance.
$250,000
In Paris,
blunder.
I crushed the preliminaries. I crushed the rapid with 8.5 out of 11, and then his nerves let him down. But he's capable of everything. King c7 played by Aryan Chopra. The knights are well protected. The bishops don't have diagonal to target those knights. That's the reason why black is holding on.
13 seconds. Bishop.
Bishop g4. I hate this move. Yeah, but
horrible move.
he's trying to hang on to the pawn. But of
Queen
course,
d5 check.
Queen d5, king a1.
Knight b5.
Yeah, but then
Knight takes b6.
no, I have
Are
bishop
you
e5
bishop e5?
check.
You got it the
Yes,
other way.
I have the other direction. Yes.
Only I could blunder my queen here. Well, look, it's a morning round. That's the excuse.
Yeah, just to highlight that the idea was that after bishop b6 there is knight b6 protecting the queen, but there is also bishop e5 check, and after king c6 there is bishop f3 coming back, winning the queen. Queen
You
d5
should
check,
You should
played.
check, and then after king a1, I think you need just one good prophylactic move here. One good prophylactic move. Some king, I'm going to call it.
No, but king
There's no
move
king
is
anywhere, right?
tricky. Then bishop f3 and bishop takes b6. Then the knight
Yes.
on d6 will be loose. In fact,
What?
it's a very tricky move, this bishop g4, because Vincent can come back with the bishop any moment. He's provoking his opponent. And the 30 seconds, look at the 30 seconds benefit. It changes the whole world. Vincent is back to 1 minute, 10 seconds.
Knight c5?
Knight c5 is a move. Knight c5 is a serious move. Then bishop takes f6, knight b3 check.
Correct.
But this reminds me, that would remind me on
Yeah,
this crazy, what it was, Caruana Nepo game in the candidates, when the white king got boxed in, some miracle kind of, and the computer agrees with queen e4. It's a good move.
Yeah, I don't think Vincent has got an advantage here.
It will also drive Vincent crazy. He took care of the f5 pawn, and all of a sudden, the f4 pawn is weak.
I like queen e4. That's a very good move.
Very strong move. Very strong. Vincent cannot believe it.
Vincent Keimer, the German #1, the German phenom, the German prodigy, the German prodigy of all the prodigies that have ever been. This is the guy. The country is putting their hopes in for greatness in this sport.
And 13 seconds, he needs to make a move. Queen c1 check played.
Yeah, he defends f4 like this.
He defends f4, yeah, because he prefers to give up the f5 pawn, clearly, because then at least his light square bishop comes to life.
Now, where'd you put the king? b8? d8.
d8,
Okay.
d8, yeah, you stay close to the knights.
Now
you
what?
protect them.
Not long. Vincent, 30 seconds. No time at all to think about such a complex position.
Well, is black really settling knight takes f5?
I think knight takes f5 is a threat, yes.
And then if bishop c3, knight e3, and suddenly
Oh
the
my
knight is
goodness.
jumping in, yeah?
And then you've got the other knight coming to c5.
Vincent down to 10 seconds.
This is very bad for Vincent. Could lose. Could lose.
He needs to make a move.
Any move. Bishop c3, stabilizer, of course. Yeah. This is the move you make with no time left.
Yeah, but things are getting out of control. I'm not
Maybe-
sure even some knight c5 jump, giving up the f6 pawn. Lucky there's bishop d1 at the end,
Yes.
but this is out of control. And I think it's easier to play with black in time scramble. Maybe knight b5, just knight b5, hit that bishop. If that bishop moves, then knight d4 comes. The knights are coming. This whole bishop g4, no, he takes on f5.
Okay.
Aryan Chopra takes on f5. This gives white the chance to play the move queen d2
Or queen d1.
or queen d1.
I don't know which is better. Queen d2, no.
Queen d2, at least I keep an eye on the f4
But then
pawn.
there's a check, and then the check does nothing. Yeah, queen d2. Oh, he
Queen
plays
d1
queen
played.
d1. He does play queen d1.
But
Yeah, he
okay.
wants the connection.
Okay, but king c7, where is the connection? f4 pawn is hanging. Will he play bishop f3, queen takes f4, queen d5, go for
Yes.
the initiative?
Yes.
Will he do that? He
Yes.
wants to win, he needs to win.
Yes, he will.
He knows that.
That's exactly why he put the queen on d1 to set this up.
King c7 played, bishop f3, queen takes f4, queen d5. That's how you want to treat
Yes.
the time trouble.
Yes.
Give up the pawns. And I was very critical of black taking on f5 with the knight. I felt like just
I think that's okay.
knight b5 harassing that bishop was more practical. Aryan Chopra back to a minute on the clock. Vincent's seconds are ticking down. Will he find the strength to give up the second pawn as well? And he does it.
Yeah. No surprises.
And he creates chances for himself. Queen takes f4, queen d5. With 1 minute on the clock, good luck trying to defend when the bishops come to life.
We saw Sven Nopper's pass the board there.
Aryan Chopra nervous, but he grabs the pawn. Vincent breezes out queen d5. And this is the critical moment. Black needs to stay calm. According to computer, everything is okay. Nothing dramatic is happening, but humanly we know that this is completely out of control. It's a completely different dynamic. Before it was white having a pawn, but black had very nice coordination. Now black is a pawn up, but white's bishops and queen activated itself. There is so much to play for.
This game could go on a while as well. This is interesting. Can we? Well, we'll stay. I guess we'll.
Yeah,
I guess this
should,
is the
yeah,
last
we
game,
should,
is it?
We should stay unless we are getting some info that somewhere something really big is happening. We have to stay here. The local hero, Vincent Kammer, and now Aryan Chopra down to 15. This is what we talked about. Now it's so difficult for him to adjust. He goes
move.
knight d6. Yeah, it's a stabilizer.
It's probably okay.
Yeah, I was expecting this. Queen c6, king d8, queen e8, king e7, bishop d5 was one of my intuitive kind of way of thinking about the position.
And what about queen a8 immediately?
Well, that's a very unpleasant move to face in time trouble, that the king is not able to escape.
Queen a8 is the blitz player's move.
But I have knight b5.
No, queen c6 check.
Yeah, then king d8. The bishop on f3 is hanging.
Yes.
And
yes.
I'm setting up, I'm hitting your bishop and I'm setting knight d4.
Yes, but is it over? I go bishop b4 there.
Well, it's
Bishop
very
b4,
sharp.
knight d4, and you're. How are you not getting mated? Queen a8 check.
Yeah, of course. No, it's completely out
No,
of
you
control.
play queen a8 here. This is the move. This is the blitz move.
Now Vincent is also again down to 12 seconds. He goes for it.
Yeah.
This is the more ambitious move.
Yeah, this is the move you play when your guy's got 30 seconds.
Yeah, put the pressure.
Yeah. Ask him questions.
Yeah, and if knight b5 is not good enough, then it's not easy.
It's horrible.
Because knight c8, we definitely don't want to go. That should be horrible. And the seconds are ticking down.
I know the move, but you're going to hate it. You ready for the move?
Okay, tell me.
Knight c5.
No, he goes knight c8, and it works because of this queen f1, queen c4. So bishop b7 or any of these moves are not winning. But okay, Vincent can just try to play for compensation. But these knights, Aryan Chopra, we have seen him. I have been commentating his time scramble against Arjun Agassi. He was so impressive. He seems to be extremely calm, able to calculate also under tremendous pressure.
Okay, queen c6 check.
Yeah, king d8.
And bishop b4.
Seconds are ticking down. 5 seconds. Vincent needs to make a move.
Move!
Oof, that was already...
1 second.
He did not intend to play. He wanted probably
No.
queen c6, but he felt he might
He might
not
lose on
make it.
time.
Yes, exactly. Queen b7 check, king d8.
Now you just got to go bishop b4, in my opinion.
Okay, or bishop d5. Get that bishop to the diagonal.
Also, I like bishop d5. Queen d5. No, he's not really. He's just trying to put some time on the clock here.
But okay, he pins the knight. He might feel like the knight from d7 was ready to start jumping, because black actually set up a very solid construction. Amazing defense by Aryan Chopra. What a nerve-wracking, crazy position. a5.
Wow.
Okay, covering the b4 square.
Yes.
The b6 pawn is not a weakness. The knight on c8 and the knight on d7. Both knights are protecting the only weakness that is created by the move a5.
I know
so
the move he's going to play here.
taking away the
He's
b4
going to play
square.
bishop e2.
Bishop e2. Bishop going to b5, yeah?
Correct.
But then the knight jumps back to d6. Now that there is no more bishop b4.
Oh, yeah. He's not going to go bishop e2.
And Vincent down to 10 seconds
Maybe
again.
maybe he will go bishop e2.
He plays bishop g2, trying to get some bishop h3. Is he provoking f5?
No.
Somewhere, because then the dark squares will
He's
be
never
weak.
going to play f5. Ever.
So knight d6, bishop h3, you think he will not play f5?
Correct. Oh, no, on knight d6, bishop h3, f5, there's more of a chance. Of course. there's
Yes,
more
no, here of course. As long as you are not absolutely forced to play f5, you will never play. He moves back with the queen to d6. Cemento, kicking the queen away from d5. Black survived.
He did.
Black survived, and then he remains a pawn up. Of course, I don't even think that black can think about playing for something in this position. It's just about making sure that everything is under control, but it will be very frustrating for Vincent. He knows that that moment has passed when there was tremendous pressure on Chopra. He plays queen c4. He just wants to keep the queen on the diagonal.
Yep.
What a fight this is.
Huge fight.
And so much at stake. And it's kind of crazy. If the game ends in a draw, then both players will feel like we put tremendous effort, energy into this game, and we didn't manage to get the benefit. And another round starts pretty soon, and we know exactly that this time scramble, the time scrambles are eating up the nervous energy. The nervous energy which actually is required to be able to focus. This is a very tricky kind of, and the game can go on forever.
I mean, this game can really go on for a long time. There might be a blunder at some point, but let's see.
Yeah, Vincent again down to 4 seconds. Queen e4 played. Centralization.
Not making progress though, is he?
Well, at least maybe he also got nervous that, wait a second, maybe black is making progress. After all, black is a pawn up. If suddenly his king gets safe, if the knight starts jumping, then pawn is a pawn.
I would play knight c5 here. 100.
Yeah, knight c5 is kind of a
Queen
logical
a8
move.
check. You can go king d7. If bishop h3 check, then you go f5. And if queen a7 check, you can just put the king on e6 and then slide it away to f7 and suddenly... No, you play knight c5 here, but do it with confidence. Do it with confidence. Do it, lad. Knight c5 with confidence, with oomph.
Now Aryan is down to 20 seconds.
Knight c5, come on. You
Yeah,
can
but
do
then
it.
the f6 pawn is vulnerable. He goes knight e5. He wants to block the diagonal. He wants to make sure that his f6 pawn, just as you said, that pawn will never move from f6. Black is relying on this stability. Vincent goes queen a8 check. King d7.
But then bishop h3 check.
No, king c7 played.
Yes. This is the move.
King c7. Basically, this is kind of a draw offer, yeah, because Vincent can repeat with queen a7. But clearly Vincent wants to do something. But how long can he fight for an advantage? Because knight 7 c6 will just lock down everything. And black creates a total cement. He might have to settle for a draw. Queen a7 check, king d8. What a game, what a fight it is.
Yeah, I mean, black is so solid here.
Yeah, and look at this. Yeah, there is the disappointment on Vincent's face. He knows it that I need to play for a win. I need to win, but I can't. My opponent plays brilliant chess, defends everything, and he still puts the bishop on
This
e4.
is what I thought he would do.
Yes, now that he forced the king back to d8, there
Yes.
is no knight c6. He still wants to keep the tension. Draw is not an option. We have seen on the face of Jan Nepomniachtchi what a draw means. 4.5 out of 6. The other players are running away with the tournament.
Okay, both players have got a bit of time again.
Yes, exactly. They can little calm down, but we know how tricky this is. If you try to calm down, wow, Aronyan draw against Kadic. I think that Levon is out of it. I think he already has given up 4 draws in the tournament. That's just 4 out of 6.
And remember, in round 2, he should have drawn against Matthias Bach on round 1.
Round 1.
Yeah.
Round 1. That was round 1. So what is happening here?
Oh,
Suddenly we got some technical problem.
we've got a screensaver.
What is this?
There we go.
Wow, too much tension. And Vincent plays the move King A2, Queen D1 check, King A2, Queen D6 on the board. Black simply says, and I think this is absolutely correct, please show me the money. I will not try to figure out what you are threatening because you are not threatening anything. Let me just collect the 30 seconds. I'm sitting in this incredible kind of construction, protected, guarded by the F6 pawn. Vincent goes Queen A8 check. Most probably also wants to collect some time. By the way, the players are reaching move 60. Do you remember there was this moment when in Wesley Souls, Dimitri Kollar's game, there was no score sheet. I hope that this problem has been solved because this is crazy if you have to run after your score sheet as they had to do. King C7 on the board. You don't want to be distracted. And so many draws, and then we see that how important it was for Fabi to win. Yeah, he's 5 out of 6, making a huge step forward.
Unbelievably important. Unbelievably important.
Because it eases the pressure. Yeah, you feel like I'm in striking distance, and if you feel like I don't need to win, I can just play a game of chess, then I think it's easier to win than under this tremendous pressure. Queen A7 check, King D8. Again, it's not a 3-4 repetition yet because the king is on A2. It's a different position. Yesipenko beats Michalewski, so the Cinderella story ends there for Michalewski. And Yesipenko is also coming. I think he's 5 out of 6. Andrei Yesipenko, a brilliant player. Also, I want to see him on the top. He can win against anyone. He has the class.
Absolutely.
And there is the handshake, a draw for what a fight. You can see the disappointment on Vincent. But what to do if your opponent plays perfectly? And look at this. Yeah, shaking his head. Aryan Chopra shows that he is a force to reckon with. Amazing.
Fantastic result there for Aryan Chopra. And we've just got 1 game remaining. Wow.
Oof, the theoretical draw, but in practice, who knows what it is with seconds on the clock. But look at Sarana's time. He has 11 minutes on the clock. This should help him make sure that he holds this famous FH or CA pawns. He's holding on with the king on
it's
A2.
Easier to defend. It's easy to defend at home with the book and
of course,
you know, the table bases. But look at this. Just
every move draws, right?
No. This is the point. So, for example, as we can see there by the graphic, you're white. You play Rook G1, or you play Rook G6.
Yeah, but why would you? And for example, one thing I would like to add that if you play King B1, Rook D2, that's a theoretical win. If White's king is cut on the back rank, then it's lost. So this we know. What I meant that any active kind of move with the rook, because Rook B8 check kind of is very thematic. Yeah, you start checking. Where is this king hiding? Usually, finally, Black will give up the A3 pawn in order to try to get his king to C2.
Correct.
And hope for, you know, that you take this and then rely on the C pawn.
Yes.
However, the problem with the C pawn is that there are too many, the rook is too far away.
It's the long side.
The long side, yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. But you have to be very patient.
It's very losable.
Yes. I did win, I think, against Frolyanov in the Russian League in 2014.
Against who?
Against Frolyanov, Grandmaster Frolyanov, 25-60 Grandmaster. In Russian League in 2014 with the black pieces. It was HF. It was a draw, but you can always make a mistake. It's a nerve-wracking kind of situation all the time. The good news for Sarna is that he has plenty of time and he's taking his time.
Yeah, but the problem with Putnavicius here is that, for Sarana here is that you can get 3 minutes on the clock very quickly here as black. So time isn't actually a thing. You just have to get the right configuration.
You can just move the rooks, the rook on the third rank to e3 to f3. You come back. You are collecting the seconds. You can also, with the king, always repeat twice. You get the checks, then you go another route, then you can also come back and then decide. So clock really doesn't mean anything. It's all about Sana being precise to hold. Well, I think the run will be postponed. The next run will be postponed because this game has the potential to go on forever.
This could go on for an hour.
It could.
I tell you what, actually, how do you feel about taking a very short break, Peter?
No, because if we take a short break, it will mean that that's it. Then we are calling a break. I think we should stick for 5 or 10 minutes. If we see that it goes on forever and black is not making any progress, that could be a possibility. But as long as it's on, no.
Have we got no other games? Is this the last one then?
Well,
is this the last game?
Let me check the results. On the top board, this is the only one. We see the bird's eye view, everything finished. Erdogmus held UNG to a draw.
Yeah.
Hans Niemann, a draw was like a win from this position for him, huge result. Jan Nepomniachtchi going completely crazy because that's insane. And apparently we have a special game. Rapport Finiak, okay, because we are not missing out on any special action in that special. Rapport has won actually his game against Finiak. The game ended. Okay, let me just very quickly bring up. Wow, B7 check at the end of the day. So Rapport is climbing, but he's only 4.5 out of 6. What happened here? Okay, it was a wild affair, but it looks good for Rapport. Here at this moment, Sutton actually gave the check, plays correctly. We will head back there, but nothing is happening there for the moment. Well, Rapport is coming back. All right, so nice finish by him. A very quick update on the live board of Sarana against Putinavicius. Nothing dramatic has happened. Rook b8 check, king a4, rook a8, king b4, rook b8 check, king c5. Paulius does exactly what we talked about. Just collect the 30 seconds. You can fool around, you can go back and forth, you can play on the nerves of your opponent. And this might also give us another chance to jump to the Niemann game to see how did he save it.
Yeah, how did he save this game?
How did he save this game? Because that's kind of a win for Niemann, saving that losing position. And knowing that he's still in the race, if he wins the last 3 games, anything is possible. We have seen this position, it looked like that's it, it's over. What happened? After bishop c7, c4 played.
I mean, it's totally over.
What happened?
How can you save this?
8 takes b. First of all, I don't like 8 takes b3. Just releasing the tension, it's already a step in the wrong direction. Don't do that. Why do you do it? But okay, Movsi plays b5 according to computer because I turned it on. I don't want to waste too much time, but give correct assessment. b5 instead of 8 takes b3 would have been crushing. b5 here is like a -4 situation. We will see the difference after a, b, b5, king c3, b takes c4, b takes c4, bishop a5 check, everything approved by the computer. But suddenly after king b3, well, first of all, there is a b3 square for white's king. Let's just very quickly compare that if we play the move b5, white plays the same, king c3, b takes c4, b takes c4, bishop a5 is a deadly check. It's game over on the spot. You have to play the move king d3. When
bishop takes,
even rook d2 wins, basically that was it. b5 and it's game over. No way to defend, at least not the way how Hans reacted to ab. So what happened? Takes bishop a5, king b3, rook d2 and knight b4. Suddenly there is harmony. Maybe Movsi missed the move knight b4.
There's also rook a1. So for example, if king b7, you've just got to deal with rook a1, rook a7.
Wow.
You can actually, I don't want to say lose, but
then suddenly there is this. And then bishop takes b4 is of course total desperado. You are just very angry with yourself. You cannot believe rook c2, bishop b6. Wow. But why did he take? Oh no, he blundered rook f2.
What?
Or did he give up? What is this? I just cannot believe, because after rook takes c4 with rooks on the board, or did he believe that there will be some nating net, but there's always bishop d5? What on earth is this? Just rook takes c4, and I don't care about the computer evaluation, but humanly you understand that there's all to play for. This is not a draw yet.
No.
Oh my God, so bishop takes c4 and rook f2. He blundered that he's forced to trade the rooks.
Because
he can't hide.
Rook c1, bishop e3.
Rook c1, bishop e3.
Rook e1, bishop d2.
Yes, wow. That was it. Otherwise, after rook takes c4, we would have also, it would have been one of the candidates for the longest game of the round.
Absolutely.
You are grinding this kind of stuff
Wow.
out. Okay, what a save by Hans. We have seen it
Wow.
now. This gives us the chance to go back to the live action.
Wow.
Sarana, having had a horrible position, it looked lost, but now it's a theoretical draw. It's also the typical position that is in the books, that you can just wait. You don't need to give even checks. By the way, his last move already indicated this. The rook b8 check, king c5, he moved the rook to h8, now black plays the move rook e3, goes along the lines. I highlighted, you just wait. After king b4, you can always give a check from behind, so rook h7 would also be a natural move, just a pass, but you can basically do any. I also believe that it's said that once black pushes the pawn to a3, it helps white, because actually it's more tricky to keep the pawn on a4. And I believe we can understand it in the line whenever black finally decides to give up that pawn and activates the king, then the pawn on a3 is so much closer to white's king to be collected. I think this is one of the reasons. But in order to make sure, please open everyone the Dvoretsky endgame manual. We know it, everything is written there. The move rook b8 cuts the king off. It doesn't really matter, because clearly if black wants, black can also choose another route by the d4 square. This game, if for example the chat gives us some hint that, please guys, that was a fantastic game, fascinating game, please take a look for 30 seconds on live. Now we have the chance. Now we have the chance while we are giving the players 5-10 minutes to continue this game.
Yeah, there's a bit of a delay with the chat. That's the issue.
Oh
so,
no.
yeah.
Yes, that's pity. But then our producers, please, if you feel like there was something very special, because we have seen MVL behind, Wesley So behind, Alexander Grishchuk behind, Shakrian.
How did Grishchuk do today?
Well, let's check it out, because everyone is rooting for Sasha to also fight back. Let's get the results. Arjun Erigaisi, for example, made a draw against Sebastian Wagner, which means that that's it. I think his tournament is over. The game Christopher Yu against Jordan Fanforest also draw. Draw is never a good result if you are trying to catch up. Pranesh, the young Indian player, has beaten Grigory Oparin. He makes a step forward. Rauf Mamedov won his game against Gokar Khan. He's also coming back. Wesley So has beaten Kasper Chopin. Levon Aronian only drew. Lekwang Liam drew against Bibisara. Rapport won. Maxim Vachier-Lagrave won. Sindarov won. Ray Robson drew, and Alexander Grishchuk drew against Tobias Kölle. Tobias Kölle has already drawn against Shakran Mamedjarov with black. He's a very solid, very good player. And what did Frederick Swane do? Frederick won, so he keeps his hopes alive. He's actually also on 4.5. All these guys whom I mentioned that they won their games, they're actually on 4.5 and closing in.
Yeah. Well, look, I think, although this might not be the most popular decision, we have got a whole other round to go, and it kicks off in just over an hour. And I think Sarana is demonstrating sufficient theoretical knowledge to hold this.
You know what? Just so that the chat can forgive us,
yes.
Let's give Purtinavitsios one more chance. If he plays a passing move, rook e3 or rook f3, then we call it a day.
Okay.
But if he says like, okay, enough, I did not make any progress, I already have enough time on the clock, now the only winning attempt is to give up the pawn on a3,
Correct.
and he goes king c3, then we stay.
Okay.
Is that a deal?
Okay.
I think that's fair. Then Chet can also live with everything is in the hands of Pultinavicius.
Just to be also clear, chat, if he goes king c3, it's still a dead draw.
But then we will have something to deal with. Yeah, then there will be dynamic action, and the game will also speed up.
But Serrano is showing excellent techniques so far because he's keeping the rook to the long side. The king sits on a2 in front of the pawn. You wait for the advance of the c-pawn. When the c-pawn moves, then you can give the checks along the long side, and it becomes very, very annoying. And yeah, this ending has been known for years. The thing that you have to be careful of is exactly what Peter said before. You just don't want to get your king cut on the back rank.
Yeah, then it's lost.
With the pawn on a3 still alive. But in this configuration, it is actually just a draw. 1 minute for Pultinavicius.
To make the move king c3 so that we continue our coverage.
Yeah. No king c3. We're out of here. And we are out of here. Rook b3.
Well, rook b3 is at least not a rook e3 passer, but it doesn't do anything. Wait a second. Is he trying to give up the a3 pawn by giving a check, but white will just check from the sides? This is a dead draw if you give up. So there is white can just continue playing rook h8. You can just play rook h8.
Just rook h8.
There is nothing happening here.
No.
There's just nothing happening. So after rook h8, let's wait for Sana to play this move. Come on, Alexei, you know that you can play you can just wait. No reason to, okay, you can also give a check. Do as you please. Rook h4 check. Now we're going to see king c3 because now Pultinavicius will come king c3, king b4. But then again, Sarana after king c3 will just move back with his rook. There is a trap. We have to highlight this. If black plays king c3, and white plays rook h3, I think it's might be a losing move because of king b4. And then there is a threat of rook b2 forcing white's king. The reason why I was not sure, because you still can play the move rook h2, but that is that is crazy.
No, yeah.
That is insane. We don't want to do that. So
might still be a draw.
Could be, but no, just never do that. After the move king c3, we are going back with the rook.
Oh, he's going king c5.
King c5.
And rook h8, yeah.
Rook h8 back.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is...
I understand you. I perfectly understand you. He just doesn't want to give up the h3 pawn.
Yeah.
But then we cannot go on with our coverage. We made a deal.
We made a deal.
Paulisios doesn't know it.
Well, it's not really about knowing it. It's just a case of, we have a theoretical draw and we're just going to expect Serrano to do it. So, because we've got to recharge the batteries, we've only got an hour and 40 minutes before the next round. We've been live for
quite some time.
5 hours already, so 5.5 hours. So, we're going to go and rest up.
Well, actually 4.5. You are already exaggerating.
Are we? 9 o'clock?
No, we started at 10.
Oh, we started at 10, did we?
Yes, we started at 10.
Like we started at 9.
So,
right.
Because you said 5.5, I can already say that, okay, let's make a deal that we call it today after 4.5, which is another 8 minutes.
Wow.
Should we do this to you or to our producers and
it's also
for us?
It's also the producers. They need their nutrition.
Of course, everybody needs.
Okay,
Everybody needs.
We are going to call it a day, guys. We're going to assume that this is going to end in a draw. And we will be back just before the start of the next round, of course, to give you guys the pairings, the updated results. But from what we can see, I think board one is very clear. It's going to be Magsudlu against Carlsen, and then we'll see the rest of the pairings. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in just around an hour and a half's time, and we'll bring you coverage of what will be a very interesting round 7. See you then.
Every chess master was once a beginner, learning, struggling and mastering chess, one game at a time. And now, it's time to prove your skill. Welcome to the world's biggest chess tournament. Compete in the Grenke Classical Chess Open for €70,000 prize pool, or enter the Grenke Freestyle Chess Open with a massive €225,000 prize pool and the opportunity to qualify for the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And the best part? You could face Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, and other world-class players. This is your chance to play against the best. Are you ready to make your move?